Good evening, everyone. Humbly acknowledge the land we live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands of Korean Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis people. We have Councillor Scott joining us online. Anyone in attendance wishing to address any of the items on the agenda, please see Legislative Services to my right. And in order to present, you must register prior to the start of that item. When you do present, you have 5 minutes to present. Please remain on topic and remain seated for questions after. Before we adopt the agenda, Councillor Cardinal, would you like to serve a notice of motion? Whenever you're ready, Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor. I, Councillor Kendrick Cardinal, hereby serve notice of my intention to bring forward the following motion for Council's consideration at the March 24th, 2026 Council meeting. That administration identify and set a date for a council meeting to be held in Fort Chipewyan in 2026 and report back. And report the scheduled date back to council on or before April 14, 2026. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Can someone make the motion to adopt the agenda? Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mayor, and move that the agenda be amended by deferring item 8.1, Councillor's motion to April 14th, and that the agenda be adopted as amended.
And thanks for the second, Councillor Bussier. We'll call for a vote. And in favor, Councillor Scott? Thank you.
In favor.
That's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Move on, consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove the items from the consent agenda? Hearing none, can I have someone make that motion? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Worship. I'll move that the recommendations contained in items 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, 6.5, and 6.6 be approved.
Thank you. Thanks for the second, Councillor Brandt. We'll call for a vote. In favor online?
In favor.
Thank you. And Councillor Weigel as well in favor. Thank you.
Favor, thank you.
And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Next, we have a report on the Transit Master Plan 6-month update. I'd like to invite Public Works to introduce the report, please.
Oh, sorry. Rookie mistake. Good evening, Mayor and Council, and to our new CAO. For the record, my name is Keith Smith. I am the Director of your Public Works Department. This department is responsible for transit, fleet, parks and roads, as well as all rural operations, excluding Fort Chipewyan. To my left is Mark Gassier, Manager of Transportation of the Fleet. Mark has been with the rmwb for 3 years. Prior to joining this organization, he held progressively senior roles with Edmonton Transit Services, Stock Transportation, and the Toronto Transit Commission. Earlier in his career, he worked in frontline roles, including service attendant, bus operator, frontline supervisor. His experience also includes leading teams and supporting large-scale initiatives such as Union Station, Second Platform Project, the TTC, Fair Car Project, and the bus network redesign of Edmonton Transit. This includes the largest implementation of transit on demand in Canada. I'm very happy to have him part of my team. To my right is Thomas Pacey. Thomas is associated with Dylan, who has over 15 years of experience in transit planning and operations in Canada and Australia. Thomas has overseen the planning, analysis, and development of bus, train, ferry routes, and infrastructure for several cities and towns across Western Australia. Upon relocating to Canada in 2017, Thomas worked as senior scheduler, implementing and analyzing transit change initiatives for the city of Mississauga. Thomas joined Dylan in 2018 and has worked on projects across Canada relating to transit strategy, service planning, and the future of integrated mobility. Thomas has worked on many transit master plans and service optimization studies, including our own transit master plan, and takes both a strategic network lens and an operational optimization focus on his work. On August 22nd, 2025, Transit Services launched the Transit Master Plan, which included a significant change to the region's network. The goal was to increase frequency, expand service coverage, modernize the service delivery by introducing transit on demand, and set the foundation for a system that is sustainable for the long term. Tonight, we are here to share the results from the first 6 months following implementation. Our goal is to provide council and the public with an understanding of what we have delivered, what we have heard during the first 6 months, targeted adjustments that has been made, and now what we continue to plan, refining the system to meet the needs of Wood Buffalo. Prior to August 22nd, 2025, the transit system operated 2 separate service models, that being the fixed route service and the specialized service, formerly called SMART, Specialized Mobility Assistant Required Transportation. The 17 fixed routes operated from 5 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. daily and provided scheduled service every 30 to 60 minutes on weekdays and hourly on weekends, and some routes every 2 hours. Specialized Transit operated from 7:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Friday, with extended hours on Thursday and reduced hours on the weekends. Scheduling was completed manually, and the ability to make bookings was limited to regular business hours only. The TMP has developed through extensive community feedback, and input was collected during 2 phases of public engagement. The first phase began in June of 2021, with a focus on a better understanding of the community's transit needs and perspectives on what was working and what wasn't. The second phase of engagement began in February of 2022 and was focused on collecting feedback on the draft TMP, which included recommendations for service adjustments and improvements. Most participants supported the TMP's vision and recommendations. It was approved by Council in April of 2023. It is important to note that the transit system pre-2023 was very much a Frankenstein system. It was not efficient, nor was it sustainable. It was based on a 2007 Transit Master Plan that was modified over the years. It was also influenced by the 2014 draft TMP that did not obtain approval from Council, and it was based on an MDP, Municipal Development Plan, predicting 250,000 people by this point. An ever-changing economic, demographic, and operational landscape, even the change in delivery being contracted to in-house, affected the system. The objective of this plan was to take the existing resources, that being people and infrastructure, and enhance the service. We wanted to address areas of low ridership, essentially stop traveling around in empty buses. This slide highlights the key.
Keith, we're going to pause for a bit here. There's an online issue with Teams, so the councilors online can't hear what's going on in the room, so we'll take a quick pause, let IT fix that.
Okay, thank you.
Just testing online, if the councilors online can hear us. Councilor Scott? Councilor Weigel?
Yes.
Yeah, we can now.
Perfect, thank you. So we'll just go back online. Hey, welcome back. I'll let you continue, Director Smith.
Thank you, sir. This slide highlights the key tasks and outcomes delivered under first phase of implementation. Service frequency has improved by implementing high-frequency core routes and neighborhood routes, which are now major priorities and foundational to the new network. With these routes, transit now provides 15-minute service on core routes during peak periods compared to 30-minute peak service in the previous system. And peak periods are 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Implementation of transit on demand to provide a flexible model that scales with ridership, improves coverage, and better matches services to real needs. Integration of specialized transit with on demand, also known as commingling. This allowed us to reduce operating costs by making better use of existing resources, which allowed for implementation of service parity for specialized riders. Service parity means that specialized riders now have the same service hours as our conventional riders, providing a more consistent and equitable experience. Introduction of an online booking software for transit on demand and specialized riders. This has enhanced scheduling operations and provided significantly more trip availability. It also allows riders to book, track, and manage their trips outside regular business hours, improving convenience and access to transit. By aligning resources to actual demand and modernizing the approach to integrated transit on demand with specialized transit, we are delivering significantly more service while using taxpayer dollars more efficiently. Next, we will review the service model we are operating today. By updating our service from the traditional fixed route system, we are operating an integrated service model where each mode plays a distinct role, and every part of the network is leveraged, whether through the high-frequency fixed routes or the flexibility of demand responsive services. By matching each service type to the type of trip being taken, we deliver a system that is more sustainable while offering more service and higher frequency to our riders. This is an overview of our current network, which includes 5 types of transit services. The fixed route system that includes core, neighborhood, and school specials forms are the backbone of daily transit for most riders. Core routes are high frequency and provide direct connections to key destinations. For example, a rider can travel from Timberley Terminal to Keano on one bus, when previously this would have required a transfer. Neighborhood routes service local neighborhoods and connect with core routes. School routes fill gaps during peak periods to align with bell times and provide students with transportation to high schools in Fort McMurray. No school routes were changed during the phase of this implementation. However, one new route was added to replace service that was previously provided by a fixed route under the former system. Transit on demand and specialized transit are demand responsive, providing flexible coverage throughout the community, and do not follow a specific route. Transit on demand fills gaps in areas with low ridership that would otherwise not qualify for transit service and allow for a bus to be booked when needed rather than having a scheduled service. Rural transit is a fixed route scheduled service that connects rural communities to the urban service area on specific days of the week for each community. No changes were made to the rural service during the first phase, as it will be looked at in future phases. The initial feedback collected on the new transit system helped us better understand public awareness, initial experience, and whether or not there were significant gaps. We collected feedback from August 21st to December 15th. In total, there were 846 engagement actions, including 445 completed surveys, 30 pop-up events, 13 meetings with community partners, and open houses. In addition to public engagement activities, all transit pulse inquiries were recorded and also used to evaluate the new transit system and guide operational improvements. Additional rounds of public engagement will be done in the future. The initial engagement results of the new system will be used as a baseline to evaluate ongoing work to refine and improve transit services. All engagement results and details are available in the Transit What We've Heard report. There was a wide range of feedback received with 5 key themes emerging. Your council report contains additional detail, but I would like to make a few notes. Feedback was mixed. Some users found the service faster and efficient, while others reported concerns about reliability and convenience. 76% of survey respondents disagree or strongly disagree that the updated routes, schedules, and on-demand services met their needs. Only 41% of survey respondents reported using transit on demand, while 50% of these people indicated they understood how to use the service. Participants described issues with navigating the new routes and schedules, the lack of evening and weekend hours for neighborhood routes, and limited services to places like the airport, McDonald Island Park, and Taganova Industrial Park. Based on this feedback, we have made adjustments, which I will share in the subsequent slides. As mentioned, the purpose of this engagement was to identify gaps and issues that required immediate actions to resolve. Although most people that participated in the engagement did not necessarily have a positive initial experience, we viewed the engagement as a success as it directly led to operational adjustments to refine and improve transit services. Based on these ongoing efforts and ridership data, we expect overall satisfaction with transit services to increase significantly during the next public engagement check-in. Next, we will discuss the network improvements completed to date. First, routing and service adjustments. The transit network functions as an ecosystem. Changes made to address requests in one area can affect other parts of the system, sometimes negatively impacting other riders. For example, adjusting a route by a few minutes to improve a connection for some riders may make a connection at the other end impossible for others. As part of the review and decision-making process, these trade-offs are carefully considered with the goal of mitigating impacts while balancing rider experience and overall system costs. Essentially, you've heard me talk about this in council before, the butterfly effect. The changes on the slide responded directly to community and operational feedback and were aimed to make overall network more convenient and effective for riders. These adjustments improved connectivity, shortened walking distance, and included extending service hours to provide late-night connections. Route 4 was rerouted to Manning Avenue to service Walmart and Canadian Tire, shortening walking distances to address concerns from the public, including the Golden Year Society and Rotary House residents. Route 6 was rerouted to provide more direct trips between Thickwood and Timberlea, and service hours were also extended to 11:30 p.m. Route 1 will be rerouted around Celine, Forest, and Signal Road on select trips to accommodate late evening trips downtown starting on March 20th, 2026. The Timberlea on-demand zone was expanded to include Abraham's Landing, and this area was removed from Route 6 to better align with ridership demands. Transit on-demand service hours were extended to 11 p.m. to accommodate late evening shifts and connections to fixed routes. Same-day booking for specialized riders became available in December, expanding flexibility and improving equality for specialized riders. Network improvements. Next, technology and operational adjustments. Initially, we were seeing very high pickup time performance. In the first 3 months, it was 89.3% on average. However, its drop-off on-time performance was approximately 70% and resulted in some rides being late. This was due to winter road conditions and longer than anticipated human behaviors. An analysis on task times were completed through December and early January, and recommended adjustments were implemented, which have resulted in significant improvements. This graph gives the visual representation and highlights improvements in drop-off on-time performance following the changes. Before the improvements, drop-off averaged approximately 70%. After implementing the change, weekly on-time performance for drop-offs is now at 90 to 100%. Pickup has steadily been around 88 to 98%. A key takeaway is to complete the task analysis, summer and winter, and update task time accordingly. Rider and operator feedback has informed usability updates to improve overall rider experience. These include stop ID numbers were added to the bus stop names, making trip planning and navigation more intuitive. Text message notifications were updated to display a local number to reduce confusion. Date formatting was updated to follow Canadian standards to reduce confusion, and vehicle information in the app now shows the unit number, helping riders identify their vehicles more easily. Operational adjustments include our new software provides real-time supply and demand data that is being closely monitored. This information allows us to respond to ride demand by adjusting operating shifts during periods of higher demand. Operator work has also recognized to create a smaller group of dedicated transit on-demand and specialized operators, allowing for more focused training and support. In the first 6 months, we provided over 59,000 rides. As of today is 69,000. On average, the service provides 321 rides per day, with specialized riders accounting for approximately 10 to 20% of our trips, depending on the day of the week. Weekends are the busiest days, and in January, we recorded our highest single-day total, which is 522 trips. The average pickup time is 15.8 minutes, and this service frequency is on par with the core service at peak service. The average pickup time for transit on demand is 15.9 minutes. This is also on par with core service, and the average walking distance is approximately 123 meters to get to the nearest bus stop. This slide highlights the amount of service that is being provided now compared to previously. This is comparing winter of 2024, which is pre-TMP, to winter 2025, which is post-TMP. Fixed route and on-demand services has increased by 64% on weekdays and 30% on weekends. The fixed route transit ridership monthly average has decreased by 23% when compared to the 2024 data. This data is gathered through passenger encounters and reduction in attributed to federal immigration and international foreign student policy reducing student ridership, and also with the removal of the Main Street terminal. Eliminating the terminal has resulted in more riders getting there directly, but has reduced the rider count. Additionally, the teacher strike in October impacted ridership greatly, and in January 2026, there was only a 14% decrease compared to 2025. Specialized transit service hours has increased by 244% on weekdays and 528% on weekends. This is the direct result of commingling transit on demand and specialized services. The specialized transit ridership has increased by 41% per month since launching the TMP. Prior to the launch, ridership was growing at approximately 7% per month. This data has shown there is significant demand for the additional service hours that specialized riders now have. In January 2026, the increase was 44%. In February of 2026, it was 26%. Next steps. So, what do our next steps look like? We will continue to monitor the system and make refinements where needed. Engage rural communities to understand how the service can better meet their needs. Conduct a survey to gather feedback in the first full year of network and review operational data to help inform future adjustments. For example, we have significant ridership in Timberley and Taganova Transit on Demand and anticipate ridership growth in North Parsons Retail Development. Both of these factors will drive necessary adjustments to the current network. Ongoing and future projects. These are active projects that we are working on and the projects that are planned to support the launch of the TMP. The conventional bus replacement program and the expansion of the transit on demand fleet both support the long-term goal of right-sizing and standardizing our overall fleet. A newer and appropriately sized fleet will support operational efficiency by improving vehicle availability, reducing maintenance costs, and ensuring that vehicle types are better matched to service demand across our community. This project is in process. We are expecting 6 new paratransit vehicles, specialized vehicles, in 2026, and the RFP for conventional bus replacement closed last week. The rmwb continues to experience a high number of damaged shelters each year, including broken glass and damaged frames. The repair and replacement cost of this infrastructure is a significant draw to our limited budget. In 2025 alone, 35 shelters were damaged. To address this, a pilot is underway in 3 locations, that being Brett, Eglert, and Dickens. Had 3 shelters installed in 2025 using a more durable glass product. For example, a vehicle hit one of these pilot project shelters, which resulted in a damaged frame, but the glass remained intact. The procurement of new onboard technology for the conventional bus fleet is planned for this year as well. This project will enhance both the rider experience and operational efficiency by providing real-time service, information, improved data collection, automated voice announcements, infotainment screens, and several other accessibility features. This work is currently in progress with implementation targeted for fall of 2026. The following projects will align with the TMP and recommendations and outline upcoming work ahead. Shelter policy and asset management. The intent of this policy will enable more strategic, data-informed approach to installing shelters where they provide the greatest benefit while identifying opportunities to move existing assets to areas that better serve new routes. The updated fare policy aims to simplify the fare payment system by modernizing fare collection technology through solutions such as tap-to-pay and smart cards. These enhancements will be implemented following the CAD AVL project to ensure compatibility and provide a modernized rider experience. Wrong way. This is the first major redesign in many years, informed by public consultation and travel demand analysis completed through the TMP process. The new transit network is an important foundation to build on. Transit systems evolve over time, and the Transit Master Plan was designed with that in mind. It is not a sit-it-and-forget-it system. It is being actively monitored, measured, and refined as rider behaviors, travel patterns, and community needs change. We understand that change is difficult. When your iPhone or computer updates, it can feel frustrating at first. I can tell you from my own experience, I will wait out the reminders until I'm forced for a system restart. At first, it's unsettling. It looks different, takes time to adjust, but once you do, the improvements become clear. The short-term discomfort leads to a more functional system, and transit is no different. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. I have several of my colleagues have questions, but I just have a quick question starting off. The data collected in the last 6 months based on emails that you've been getting, we've been getting, are the changes that you have for the addressing those complaints?
Through the chair to the mayor, any information that we get, whether it's to improve or the areas that we can change, we will always analyze it, and if necessary and if possible, implement it into our system. So absolutely. This system is the first major change that we've had probably in 20, 30, 40 years. We put it in place. It was the plan itself is being implemented. It's always going to have tweaks. It's always going to have updates. It was like that before, and it's going to continue like that no matter what. But we will listen to the rider. We all want the same thing. We all want a better transit system for our municipality. Any feedback that we get, we will implement if possible. And if we can't, we'll let the people know why.
Okay, thanks. I have other questions, but I'll go to my colleagues. The lights are on here. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Keith, I have a number of questions. So from what I'm hearing, what prompted the Transit Master Plan efficiency and aligning with the actual need, how much did we spend prior to Transit Master Plan per year on transit services?
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, I can give you the numbers for 2025.
Sure.
So in 2025, actual spent was approximately 19 million. We've received 1.89 million in revenue, an additional 5.7 million for fleet that includes maintenance, any of those things, and fuel. So basically what it costs the municipality when it's transit and fleet, if you minus the revenue, was 22,918,000. Now that doesn't include everything else that's associated with transit within the system itself. So when we built the Transit Master Plan, it wasn't at that point in time to reduce the cost. It was to take the existing people and infrastructure and what we have and make it more efficient. Now, there is no doubt that over time, when we make it more efficient, you will see a reduction in operating. But with that being said, when new developments coming on plan, you may see an increase. Where we're really going to see savings is in our reduction in our fleet. So prior to 2023, at some point in time, we did have 80 plus buses. We didn't really have a plan, so we didn't know how many buses that we have. This Transit Master Plan is calling for 49 conventional. Now you might say, well, Keith, during the budget, you came here and asked us for 6 conventional buses, and I did indeed. And I will be coming for 6 for a number of years because we need to update the fleet that we have. The fleet that we have in place now hasn't been updated in 12 to 14 years. And I said previously, I couldn't come before you and ask for money because I didn't know how many we needed or the service we needed to provide. So long story short, operationally, we will see a reduction. I don't know what that dollar value will look like. It's more on the capital side now and more efficient.
Okay, that was my second question. So I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the numbers that we're seeing. So 2/3 based on the what we heard report is what I'm referring to. So 2/3 are dissatisfied or extremely dissatisfied with our transit on demand. 76%, the same thing, are dissatisfied or extremely dissatisfied with our routes. So what is the threshold that your team has that you go from this is just growing pains to we have to now look at changing this as a whole system when you see those kind of numbers?
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, I'll answer the question. I'll ask Mark or Thomas to jump in if they want to provide a better perspective. Absolutely, 67%, when you see that number first, it can be overwhelming. But we have to think about what was the purpose of the survey. So we started the survey even before we implemented the system. So when we looked at the survey, 49% of the survey respondents was in the first month. Obviously, when we do such an enormous change, there's going to be some growing pains. So what we're building here is we're building a baseline. So based upon that 76%, we have made changes. I've listed some, and there's a numerous that Mark and I can get into detail on that we've changed to make it more important. So this is the baseline. So once this is done, we'll look at a survey from 6 to 12 and forward and go forward and go forward. And what we will see is we'll see changes in that engagement, and we will see hopefully an improvement in where we're going. Now, with that being said, this is the baseline. This is year one. Once we're done with year two, we can compare the two. But if we're going year 4, year 5, year 6, and we're not seeing changes, okay, then that's a systematic change. But right now, this is a new system. It's growing pains. It's a new system for users. It's going to go through these pains.
Thank you. I hope that we're not waiting until year 4. I'm hoping like after maybe our second year of this and we're still not seeing those numbers improve. I have a couple more questions. Mayor Bowman, I'd like to talk a little bit about the walking for transit on demand. So you said your average is about 123 meters. So thinking about 3 Olympic-sized pools. My first question is actually for bylaw. Mr. Anderson, when someone is walking that 123 meters, what do you think is, what is the estimate that you think that people are actually shoveling their sidewalks? Not us as transit, but just the residents. So I know where I live in Prairie Creek, I love my neighbors, hello everyone online, we're not great with shoveling our sidewalks. So what do you see across the region?
Through the chair, the question, for the record, Aaron Anderson, Manager of Bylaw Services. It's a tough one to answer just because with our stats comparing to the number of dwellings in Fort McMurray, which is, I'm using census, it's 36,000 right now, and obviously not all of them are occupied. We're only seeing about 249 complaints come in to our area. Since August of 2025. And with the proactive work that we do, we have 149 counts. So that's just what the officer's seeing that. So comparing those stats and doing the percentages, you would actually see like a 90-something% compliance rate. Obviously, probably not the best to use just because is everybody a good neighbor and shovel their sidewalks? No, but there is a lot of good neighbors that do. With our findings with our officers and how we track stats, it's kind of limited on our current reporting system, how we track those stats. So if a call comes in, for example, an officer goes to that call, yes, it's for that one address possibly, but when they're there, they see 40 other addresses doing the same thing. So we'll do the same. So that's only one count. But you'll see 40 notices on one file.
Yeah.
So to answer the question, I would probably put it as like maybe a 70%.
Awesome.
Hopefully that helps.
It does. Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah, I really appreciate those numbers. Yeah, my point was that it's a pretty long walk, especially if we have people with physical disabilities. And that, again, that's the average, is our 3 Olympic-sized pools. I won't get you to go into details about the highs and the lows. My last question is actually for our Pulse line. Since implementing our new plan in August of 2025, how many calls have we received specifically regarding transit on our Pulse? I'm not sure who to, maybe to CAO, I don't know who to ask that specifically to.
I'm not sure if Tony could speak to the stats or the data or not.
Tony, do you have any?
Sorry, can you repeat the
Yeah,
question?
no problem. Since August of 2025, how many calls, pulse calls, have we received specifically about transit?
I don't have that statistic with me, but I could get it. I can tell you that it's high. It was higher than it would have been for the same period.
I think Mr. Anderson
might have it.
has the answer to that as well. Tony?
Through the chair of the question, just checking with Janine prior to this, 188 for 2025.
188 for 2025. Okay, that's helpful. I feel like I got 188 emails alone, but I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Those are my questions for now. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Luani-Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Keith, I have a lot of questions. I have a lot of concerns, and I'm particularly concerned that the first 6 months, everybody served as a guinea pig so we could get a baseline, and didn't collect. You may recall I sent an email about what data was being collected. So you have in here that the on-time performance has improved. Do you know why it improved?
Through the chair, Councillor Boussier, I will pass that over to Mark to explain the improvement, but during the process, it was more about user ability, more about, connecting better systems and updating the system itself, but I will ask Mark to get in more detail on that.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, what we did was, in analyzing the data, we saw that there was a reduction in on-time performance. What we were able to do with our software provider was change the parameters in the system so that the trips weren't being scheduled as close to one another, and that improved the on-time performance. And what that update looked like was a more realistic human behavior figure. So we just had I don't remember what the number was, but for every interaction, like driving to the stop, we had 2 minutes. The operator opening the door, that takes a couple seconds. Waiting for the rider to come out from a shelter, from their residence, that took some time. So we did an audit to see what those travel patterns actually look like, those human factors, and implemented them in the system, and then we saw an increase in on-time performance.
So is it true, because I've spoken to a number of seniors, so they would be told that if you have a medical appointment at 1 o'clock, you give, when you book, the time that you absolutely need to be there. So they say 12:45. So they would go in or call Kelly, whatever the case may be, and they would have an option for a pickup time. So say they could be picked up at 12. What's being told to me is now your on-time performance has improved because they have to be picked up at 11. So they're sitting on the bus for an hour 45 instead of 45 minutes. So the on-time improvement is in fact directly correlated to them sitting on the bus an extra hour. Is that a fair statement?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, I'd say some of that is correct. It's a little more complex than that. We have, through having this technology, it's great because we have all kinds of data today that we didn't have before. It's not so good because you have to learn what it all means. You also have to learn the system and all the different parameters that you can set. So, and it's been a learning experience not only for our riders, but for the management team, for our dispatchers, for operators. And we've found recently we've been trying to out-system the system, and what we found is it actually negatively impacts riders, and we're thinking, well, we'll save a bus by only putting everybody on one in a particular location, and then what ends up happening is people are late or they're sitting on that bus for longer. So historically, we never had that information. Today we do, and as it comes up, we're constantly striving to get better, but those are some of the challenges that we've been working through.
So, I'm sorry, are you the consultant? Okay. So can I ask, and in some ways it doesn't matter, but it does matter because we need to do things better. Why would those kind of data collection points not be included from the onset so that 6 months in, we can hear about a multitude of improvements that were made, not that, okay, we know how absolutely inconvenienced a number of older adults and neurodivergent and vulnerable people, and then just regular citizens who use it have been. Why would that not have been a priority at the onset?
I mean, when the system was set up, and I think Mark can probably speak to this a bit better, there was a lot of parameters and a lot of work that went into understanding how it should be set up for the local context. And certainly, as you said, you know, the staff are learning the system as well and trying to balance that efficiency and trying to provide the best value for ratepayers and also providing the best service for people. So they've been working and improving what they've been doing, but that data has been coming in from day one, and it's really been trying to make sure that it makes the most sense for the local context. But Mark, I don't know if you have stuff to add there.
What does the local context mean?
So the on-demand software that runs the system is used at different cities, different towns all over the continent and internationally. So say if you're operating an on-demand system in New York or Singapore, it's going to be a very different kind of system with different parameters, different number of vehicles than it is in a more suburban or rural context. And so somewhere like Fort McMurray is different to other places the system has been rolled out, and each community has different values. They want to prioritize shorter waiting times or shorter time on the vehicle. So all those things have to be sort of thought through and worked through, and that's what the team that provides the software and the team at RMWB Transit did. But they have been improving, and Mark can certainly shed more light on those processes.
So were your marching orders to save money from the last council? Like, was that the agenda?
Through the chair to Councillor Booth, yeah, I can handle that one. If you recall, over the years, transit has always been criticized for not being efficient, for not being on time. And I can tell you, if I only had $1 for every time I heard the word traveling around with empty ear, I could be retired by now. So the plan was to take that system that was antiquated. It wasn't really a system, as I mentioned it before. It was based off a 2007 platform 20 years ago. We looked at 2014 when we were supposed to be blowing up with growth. And if you can recall, some of the councillors may recall, double-decker buses and hovercrafts and all this great stuff that we were going to do in 2014. We went out in 2014, not we at this table, but the municipality, on their green trip funding, bought 90 buses, and we bought some shuttle buses for hotels, and there was restraints that came with that. And the population just didn't come to fruition. The goal of the plan never did came to fruition. And since that time, we've always been taking the resources that we've had and producing a service. And at that time, 2016, it was contracted out and it came in-house. So we had that change management to occur as well. And then since that time, since 2016, it's always been a Frankenstein system. You know, let's throw a bus over here, let's do this, let's save some money here, let's do this, let's do that. And in 2020, we really wanted to take a system, build a foundation to make it sustainable in the future. It's, like I said, it's not a set it and forget it system. We'll put this in place. We got the money in 2020 from the council at the time to do a transit master plan. It took us a couple of years. It was during COVID, unfortunately, but it is what it is. And in 23, I believe it's 23, we got the approval, and now we're moving forward based upon that platform. Again, we now know the service levels, we know what we need, and we're moving forward. But the essence is to take all the infrastructure that we had, which was buses, which was a fantastic bus barn up on 160 Airport Road. We have some terminals around town. We have a lot of great infrastructure, so take that. And more importantly, we have an extraordinary staff and that can provide the work. Take those individuals and provide a better system and make it more economical.
I think your team has done a good job on engagement, Keith. You said mixed results. 77% dissatisfied is not mixed to me in my experience with data collection. That's pretty abysmal. And that's not to cast judgment. I appreciate change is difficult. I know all that. Do you honestly believe, sitting here, that our most vulnerable citizens, those who now used to be smart bus riders, are better served today than they were prior to the implementation of this?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier. Boy, that's a tough one.
No, it's not. Keith, it's your opinion. Do you believe they're better served?
In my opinion, they now have service parity. In my opinion, they now have a better availability to service. They will see more fleet, and they will see a better fleet and a better system. That indeed will be better. I do believe that moving forward, the specialized or that population will see a better product. But as I said before, you can't really compare what we're doing now to the past. A couple of years ago, we had 7 or 8 operators. We had 12 van or 12 buses. We had a couple of dispatchers that was just solely for specialized, and it couldn't continue that way. So it was to bring it to make it more efficient. So it's not really technically the same system. So yes, I do believe that moving forward, they will see greater service parity, and there will be a better system moving forward.
So the answer is no, but they will eventually, moving forward. It's fine, Keith. Yeah. Like, we have seniors. We have a senior that was 1 hour and 40 minutes late for her MRI that she waited 8 months for. And so when she got there, she couldn't have her MRI because she was 1 hour and 40 minutes late. So she gets her MRI rescheduled for 7 months. That's almost 16 months in the life of a 79-year-old. That's critical. And that was a service that she used to be able to rely on. I can't support this moving forward. We need our most vulnerable taken care of. I think the Smart Bus did an exceptional job. I think you and your team did an exceptional job with the Smart Bus. There was a lot of complaints. There wasn't enough hours. There was all of those things. But people were making critical appointments. They were socialized. They were all of those things. And they're not. They're sitting on buses for far too long. We're all getting the emails. They're coming in steady. Our most vulnerable are not being served. And I think it's okay for us to say, this isn't working for our most vulnerable. You may disagree. That's fine. I'm not supporting this moving forward, and I'll be bringing forward a motion.
Thanks, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Bussier?
Thank you, Mayor. A bunch of the questions were already asked, Keith, but I guess I'm just looking at a couple of the percentages that you quote here. One is specialized transit service hours have increased by 244% on weekdays and 528% on weekends. What does that look like? Is it that we have 2 more hours each day in the entire year, or like how do you get 244% and 528?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, I'll just give a quick overview and then Mark can get into the specifics at the time frame. However, pre-TMP, the specialized was from 7:30 to 7:30, and it, for the most part, on the weekends didn't operate. So what we're seeing now is that we've extended the hours in the mornings, in the evenings, and also on the weekends. It's essentially on parity with our conventional. Mark, anything to add?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, what I would add is the way we came, how we provided these calculations was we looked at how many service hours were available on the weekend we looked at how many buses operated on a weekend and how many buses compared to how many buses are operating today. So specialized riders today, they have access to not only specialized buses, but also the broader on-demand network, which is significantly more. And as was discussed during the presentation, we've seen in January is a 41% increase in ridership. So we know that people want to travel and they want to get from A to B. They wanted to get to the airport for the early morning flight. They can now do that. They wanted to make a last minute appointment to play cards or go to the movie theater or see the late night show. They can now do that where they were unable to before because we just didn't have the fleet and the operators to available to do it with the former system.
Okay, thank you. So can someone take the on-demand, just book it from their house and right to the airport?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, if you are specialized, yes. However, on-demand is set up to be the last mile and the first mile. So the purpose of the on-demand is go into areas where it's low ridership that doesn't warrant a conventional bus. And what it would do is pick you up at the bus stop in that zone and take you anywhere within that zone or bring you to one of our terminals so that you can get on to the core routes. That's how it's set up. So it's meant to be your first mile and your last mile.
Okay, because I think all of us or some of us received an email about a rider that took the on-demand to Mackenzie and then had to take a taxi from somewhere in Mackenzie Park to the airport for work. I think that's what it read. Like it may be
through the chair to Councillor Bussier, I'm not sure about that specific.
Okay.
Again, you can take an on-demand bus within your zone. Unless you're a specialized rider, that bus will not take you outside your zone. You have to connect to conventional.
Okay, but for those that are employed at the airport in some capacity, we have buses that will pick them up and eventually get them there. It might take it a bit of time.
Yes.
Okay. The other thing, Keith, through the chair here, it says a total of 59,000 rides were complete in the first 6 months. What's a ride? Is it return or is it 2 rides? If I take a ride to appointment and then return, is that 2 rides or 1 ride?
Through the chair, that would be one way, is 1 ride.
Okay. And then the average pickup time is 15.8 minutes, it says. How does that, what do you mean by that, the average pickup from when the call is made?
From when that's entered into the app, yes.
Okay. What's that measured over? How many, like, is that measured over the 59,000 rides? 15, that seems very impressive, that you make a call and within 15 minutes you're being picked up.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, the standard is 30, but on average it is 15.9.
Okay. Just one other last question, Keith. You mentioned about bus shelters and the 35 shelters. What's the average cost to fix these shelters, or do we have one?
I can ask Mark to see if he's got the repair cost. However, to install a shelter, you're looking at anywhere between 20 up towards 60, 80,000, depending on the shelter, depending if it's just a shelter or energized.
60 to 80,000 per shelter?
Per shelter. If it's to be energized, depending on where it is, geotechnical, sometimes you pay 15 to 20, sometimes just for the slab, depending on where it's located.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Luana Bussier.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Sorry, I just have one more question. In this report, it said that eliminating the terminal downtown resulted in more riders getting direct rides, and that reduced the rider count. So were riders initially, if they picked up at Thickwood to downtown, that was 1, and then picked up again. So it's not unique riders. They were counted twice?
Yes.
Okay,
through the chair to Councillor Bussier, and I'll get Mark to add anything new. We don't have the capability to say rides or individual riders. What we have on the buses are passenger counters. So when they enter the bus, they're counted. When they leave the bus, they're counted. Pre-2020 or pre-TMP, there was more transfers, so the counts would have been higher, so it would have looked higher. But when we look at the counts now, they're lower. That doesn't correlate to lower ridership. That correlates to less transfers.
Right.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, guys. I guess I wanted to elaborate a little bit on a bus shelter policy. How many bus shelters do we have?
Through the chair to Councillor Kendrick Cardinal, we have 418 stops, and I do believe we have 255 shelters. Around 230 are energized.
230 out of 255?
Are energized, yeah. Those that are not energized, either they were damaged and not energized, or is in a location where there was growth, and we decided not to energize because they may change in the future, such as downtown.
Okay, and isn't the replacement of those are in the policy in the future? Possibly.
Possibly, the policy will discuss when it goes from a bus stop to a shelter and when to energize and not energize.
Out of those 255 shelters, how many of them have benches?
Sorry?
How many of them have benches inside?
Through the chair to Council Cardinal, I don't have the exact number of shelters that has benches. From
benches, yeah, like benches where you could sit down and wait.
Through the chair, we don't have that. From recollection, most would have it. I don't have the number of which has benches and which doesn't.
Okay, thanks. I'm just curious about that one.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Worship, through the chair, and thank you for the presentation. And you brought up a blast from the past. I remember when we were talking about hovercraft, and we looked at doing hovercraft to help reduce traffic on Highway 63 North as well, and man, they were loud, so I'm glad we didn't go there. With the, you had some good responses. I mean, you had a good overall a lot of numbers here. When do we plan to do the next consultation to see if there's any switch or any change based on the changes that you're making now? I mean, I'd rather see, this is still fairly new when you did all this consultation and we did the open houses. And so obviously you're going to get more of the very dissatisfied as people are getting more used to the changes and used to the new app. I'm hoping that there's more familiarity. I'm not a bus user. My stepson is. He's very familiar with it. Only challenge that he has is he keeps sleeping in and missing the bus, and I become his bus. So it's, but I would suggest, I'm hoping that we might see some significant improvements with these changes as we go. So just curious when the next consultation is being planned.
Through the chair to Councillor Allen, at this point in time, what we're planning is a first year update. Unless we're directed to come back earlier, we would come back in 12 months, or at the 12-month mark.
So this time next year?
Yes, if we're not asked to come back prior to.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Through the chair to the presenters, I guess my next question would be for the transit master plan, what's the communication schedule for the rural communities with the engagements? Are you guys going to align with them?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, absolutely. That's the next phase. At this point in time, we don't have a time frame. However, we are coming back to respond to your motion at the end of April, on the 28th. I believe it's 28th or 24th, whatever that is.
Okay, thanks, Keith. I guess the next one would be, I know that in what we heard report, there's concerns based around communications with the transit users, and you know, it's kind of hard to navigate the app for quite a bit of people actually, and I just curious as to what in the communications and your guys' engagements, how was the communications with that and trying to enhance that?
Through the chair to Council Cardinal, absolutely. A part of any plan is to provide communications when it comes to how it works, and we're going to go out and provide that experience to schools, to individuals, to help them learn how to do the app. We made definitely in-person engagements in the past, but again, once we get used to the app, once the users get used to the app, you'll see more and more a greater experience. What we're experiencing is, I do believe that is online with what others has experienced. Before we implemented the Transit Master Plan in Fort McMurray, Mark and I and a few others went to Edmonton, and we took a ride on their on demand and spoke to their individuals. And what we're experiencing is almost textbook to what Edmonton is experiencing. And once the riders gets used to this new technology and moves forward, and there's no doubt about it, the municipality owns a lot in this, and we'll continue to update and make it better. But as time goes forward, we will make a more efficient plan, and we will get better results.
Thanks, Keith. I guess my next question would be, like, if people are not do tech savvy with phones, and some people still don't. I guess lots of people do have phones, but if they don't have phones, who do they call the pulse line?
That's a great question, Councillor Cardinal. There's 3 ways you can use the app. You can do it online, or you can call the pulse line to book a ride.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Brandt?
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions. When we talked about modernization, were we talking about Apple Pay, tap, wallet, phone, all of it, so that we're not buying tickets or cash? We're moving towards that now?
Chair to Councillor Brandt. As of right now, there's 2 modes. You pay by change, or you can get a ticket or a pass. But that is definitely the plan, is to go more a tap as you go, a card, or something along those lines. I don't think we will ever get to the point anytime soon where you can get rid of cash, because cash, we need to allow that, but it is in the plan, and it's always been in the plan, to modernize how we collect fares.
Okay, and then also along the same idea of modernization, we talked about it during budget. Are we going to be able to GPS track these buses so you can see where it is and its estimated time of arrival at your stop?
Through the chair, yes. All of our buses currently have AVL, the same as any of our municipal fleet. So it would be real-time tracking, absolutely.
Okay, and again, during budget, we discussed shelters, these heated shelters. I don't recall the number. You can correct me. I think it was $1,600 a year to heat them. Or was that a month?
Through the chair, to electrify and heat one shelter is $1,600. It costs the municipality roughly $400K, or $400,000, I should say, per year to have these shelters energized.
And when one goes down to repair it, are we just not repairing it because of the cost and letting it just become a unheated shelter? Or are we moving forward with repairing them based on what our budget is?
Through the chair, it's kind of a mixture of both, actually. What we've done in the past, if one goes down for whatever reason, we will evaluate it. If it's a $2,000 to $5,000 repair or something simple, we will do such. If it's a complete overall, sometimes we will evaluate, is it on a busy route? Does it need to be repaired? And, it may wait until we come back with the policy itself to get a greater direction on which way we want to go.
Okay, one of my other questions was, since they're already electrified, I got a couple of reports, not in emails, but from people that called me. When these windows fog up, or the glass on the shelters fog up, and they're inside, some of these drivers don't see them. I don't know if there's just a way to have an activated light, like when you press the heat button, that it shows that there's actually someone in there so that they know to stop. Just an idea. I don't know if that's something that could be implemented. We're already electrifying them, so. I think that was all I really had, was just more about the options for pay, because I know that this is not a for-profit business by any stretch of the imagination. It's wildly expensive to operate our current transit system, and with modernizing, I expect it to be even more expensive going forward. So, yeah, those are my questions. Thank you.
Just to answer your question there, when we do create the shelter policy, we can definitely explore that option to have a light on the policy. Our current cost recovery is 7.6%. It's not high, but there's nowhere, I do not believe, that is completely. Edmonton is around 20%, Calgary is around 30%, Grand Prairie, I think, is around 8 or 10%. So nowhere is it a money-making business.
No. I don't expect it to be either. I'm just pointing that out for those that might not know.
Yep.
That this is very expensive to maintain and deal with not much return. Not that we're looking for it, but just so people get that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Councilor Brandt. Over the last first of all, I'll say staff's been amazing with the change and trying to adapt to the new system. From what I've heard from people, they've been changing how they're doing things and kind of trying to go an extra little bit to help the people. But the main things I've heard in the last 6 months was issues with students overcrowding in buses, buses being full and having to wait for another bus to come for students. We talked about, council has mentioned a few times, specialized in seniors, as well as people trying to get to work, having issues showing up, getting work on time, different routes, missing a bus because another bus is late, that sort of thing. So I've said this probably 1,000 times in the last 5 years, that we take care of our students, take care of the seniors, take care of the most vulnerable, and let everybody else take care of themselves. And I think this is a good indicator of what that is. That's the main complaints we're getting is from those groups that really rely on this system to be on time to show up. And a lot of things I've heard from my colleagues brought up same issues, and everything I'm getting from you guys is moving forward. We have these things going forward, and we will be implementing this. When can people start to see those issues being really taken into effect and seeing those changes?
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, we'll use the school specials, for example. So when we do hear about school specials being overloaded from the students or from the parents or from you guys, is that we will then take a look at that route, and if it is indeed necessary, we'll throw another bus on that school route to reduce overloading. And as I said at the beginning, transit is never one of those set it and forget it systems. So we do have a route today that may be going to a school that's overloaded. We'll put another bus out there, another school route. It relieves that overloading, but there might be a school route somewhere else that only has 3 or 4 students. And then next year, depending on how the students goes, this other bus may need more individuals, and this second bus is no longer needed. So it's constantly and consistently changing what we need to do. So the feedback that we've received through our citizens, through Pulse and through yourselves, we take that and we refine the system. So there's never a point in which I can say to Mark, okay, we're done, let's walk away. It'll never be that. It changes month to month. So I appreciate the feedback, and we will refine as needed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, sorry, you mentioned you two went to Edmonton, and you wrote the DATs? Or spoke to users?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, I can't recall the date. The days are bleeding together. But before we implemented on demand, we did indeed go to transit or go to Edmonton Transit. We went down and we met with crews, and we met the mechanics, we met the operators, met the whole 9 yards, 4 or 5 of us, including Kelly. I went down and we took a ride. We went around the city, used the on-demand, downloaded the app, and had a great discussion with the individuals managing it. And it was a fantastic tour, and it actually gave me some insight. And again, what I said before, what we're experiencing now is almost textbook on what they experienced. But once the guy that ran the shop, I can't remember his name, what he told me is that as users get more and more used to the system, you'll see more and more improvement. And they're seeing an almost 100% increase per year in on-demand, and it's growing and growing.
This is where I'm struggling. So vulnerable people having to sit on a bus for an hour and 40 minutes is not about them not understanding how to use the system. It's about the system is not working. Mm-hmm. So this is where I'm really trying to wrap my head around this. You went down to Edmonton, so you had a kind of heads up about, you said you're seeing what they saw. So did we mitigate any of those anticipated concerns? It doesn't matter. This is where I'm hung up, Keith, is that this is not a user issue in terms of the vulnerable people and specialized transit, not as I'm understanding it. It's the system as designed, as implemented, is not meeting the needs of our most vulnerable citizens. I can, at the risk of offending half the population that rides the bus, I can live with working through the kinks and figuring out solutions to the problems for people who aren't neurodivergent, they're not disabled, they're not vulnerable. I can live through making the adjustments, but I can't listen to this being a system issue for our most vulnerable people. Or a user issue. That's where I'm struggling.
Yeah. Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, I hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
I understand you loud and clear. And I can tell you with certainty that we're working towards making a better system for the specialized. What we have in Fort McMurray is what's called commingling, in which the transit on demand and specialized are paired. Mm-hmm. Edmonton doesn't have that. They have it separated. The reason why we commingled is because we have a smaller population or smaller usership within specialized, so it made sense at that point in time when we wrote the transit master plan to commingle. And then what we heard from the specialized riders prior to is that they wanted more hours, they wanted more service, mm-hmm. and by doing the commingling, we achieved both. Now, I want to tell you with all certainty, on behalf of transit, on behalf of myself, everyone, my heart goes out to the individuals such as the ones that you discussed where they were hour and a half late for an MRI appointment. I'm sad to hear that. But as a system, we're trying our best to make it work for all riders. And I hear you loud and clear on the specialized. We hear you.
Okay, and I hear you on commingling, but there's pitfalls to commingling. Our neurodivergent population are seniors who are, or anybody who's experiencing cognitive decline. That is overstimulation. That is traumatic situations. That doesn't always work for people. I get it's the same with armrests and what the seats are made of. I understand it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other sometimes, but I will die on this hill because our most vulnerable people are not being served and they need to be served. And that's all I'm going to say on it until I make a motion.
Okay.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. I don't see other questions, so thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. I'll let these guys. And we'll move forward with delegates. Just a reminder, delegates, you have 5 minutes to present. Please remain on topic, and please remain seated for questions afterwards. The first first delegate we have is Shane Boucher. And Shane, just give you a name for the record. And so, you got it.
My name is Shane Boucher. I'm local here from Fort McMurray for 37 years, and I've rode on the bus for 30 of those years. And I try to understand why the changes over the last little bit. To my surprise, I didn't even know there was a transit master plan. So I try to read it, try to understand as much as I possibly could, which I do. But the merge with the specialized and the smart bus should never have happened. I mean, there's a list of specialized transit users that you rely on those services. You should have left those apart from the on-demand. So I landed November 28th. That was my first experience with the on-demand. I took a cab from the airport. When I got back, I relied on transit because I was experiencing homelessness at the time. I was back and forth. The bus transit let me down. I sent emails, a lot of you got them, and I started a petition on December 8th, as it is my right as a citizen. December 9th, the bus driver refused to let me on the bus. Why? I don't know. You have a video of me standing in front of the bus, expressing my frustration with the transit system. 2 days later, I got a trespassing warning and 2 fines and a court date set for trial, September 25th. Why? I don't know. Instead of coming to me and saying, listen, we're going through changes, we apologize, you throw me with fines and a court date. Thank you. 77% people agree with me that the bus sucks. From the new change from you guys taking out the, what do you call it, the transit station from downtown. Shouldn't have done that. It seems to me that's where a lot of the confusion and angry comes from the transfers and everything like that. So I do not like the system, and I started a petition. I handed it in, but none of that was in your guys' update, and I don't understand why. I mean, I documented 38 incidents alone to myself. I can imagine what you guys heard from the community. 38 complaints to me. I don't even work for the city. You know, I made a couple of posts. People reached out. There was a registered person to speak there by the name of Andy. He asked me to ask you guys when was the last time you guys rode the bus, and were you happy? Because 70% of us aren't. Thank you.
Thanks, Shane. Appreciate you presenting. And we did get all your emails. Just so you know, we did get them, and I speak for myself and my council that they were all read. So we did get all your emails. So thank you for that. Councilor Boussier.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. I will say the Transit Master Plan, they did a ton of engagement. So in their defense, it was very well advertised and it was years in the making. But are you did you say you're a specialized rider or?
No. I'm not, but I am a person with a disability and stuff like that. So
Okay, but when your complaints, you're talking about the on-demand transit?
the on-demand transit and even the regular the transit and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Like
not specialized. You mean just?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier, and thanks, Shane. Corin? I just want to say your name for the record, Corin, then you're good.
It's Corinne.
I do that all the time.
I just want to say, first of all, I'm so proud of this council. Wow, this is amazing. Anyways, my name is Corinne Dyer. I'm a lifelong resident of Fort McMurray and a person living with a disability. I wanted to start by saying something important. I personally do not rely on transit, but I work closely with people in our community who do, especially people with disabilities, seniors, and residents without access to a vehicle. I see the struggles they face every day. The report before Council tonight tells an important story. According to the municipality's own data, 76% of respondents say the current transit system does not meet their needs, and 2/3 of transit on-demand users report being dissatisfied or very dissatisfied. I just want to say, in minus 35 degree weather, to wait for a bus on demand and have to travel like 3 Olympic size football fields or whatever. That's yeah. Anyways, I know it's not football fields, but pools, but anyways. Those numbers are not small concerns. They represent residents who feel the system is not working for them. For many people in this community, transit is not optional. It's the only way they can get to work, attend medical appointments, access groceries, or participate in community life. And today I'm asking Council for 3 actions. First, conduct a comprehensive review of the transit system with specific attention to accessibility and reliability, and have actual stats published. Second, re-examine the removal of smart bus and specialized services, which many residents relied on for years. So on-demand buses, they jump because they're bigger in size than the smart buses, and the lift gets stuck. We have users at Willow Square, and I posted about users who've gotten stuck in them, and drivers aren't trained to deal with people with disabilities. Third, I would like you guys to introduce an accessible taxi option in our region so residents who cannot use conventional transit still have a reliable way to get around, so the senior that missed her appointment would not have missed her appointment. Accessibility should not be treated as a niche issue. It is a fundamental part of building a community where everyone can participate. And I also started a petition, so I have 379 signatures on my petition, and Shane has 170 signatures on his, and the Transit Master Plan has about 350 to 400 participants in their entire engagement. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thanks, Corinne. And I think everything you brought up is things that we're all concerned about. So I do appreciate you coming and presenting today. And like I said, the things you brought up are things that we're concerned about as well, and we've been bringing up with transit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Boussier.
Thanks. What is your petition specifically? What's it say?
So my petition was to get sorry. My petition was to basically go backwards. Like, why didn't, like, we should just go back to the old way of doing transit. We should go back to the old way of doing transit, but like, leave the smart bus exclusively for seniors and people with disabilities. Have an on-demand tracking system on those, because I don't believe there was one before. And have an accessible taxi in town. Have bylaw introduce that.
So you've been an extremely vocal advocate on this issue. And I remember before this system was implemented, you were incredibly vocal about the lack of hours and So this new system offers expanded hours. So that's what you were advocating for, and now you got it, but there's all of these problems.
Right.
In your opinion, and in your advocacy for vulnerable people, I know you're the president of Voices of Albertans with Disability. Congratulations.
Thank you.
If you had to pick an option, which is, I guess, the lesser of the evils in terms of the current system, or going back to something in the interim that has possibly limited hours or more limited hours?
I don't think they need to have limited hours with Smart Bus. I don't think that people would go for dinners, for example. They couldn't go for dinner with their families because they relied on Smart Bus. I think that they could have extended Smart Bus hours to 10 or 11 o'clock at night, which is similar to the DATS bus in Edmonton.
Correct.
So I don't think that they, like Ty Brandt said, like, this is not a money-making thing, but
no. But if a solution was a temporary solution was being brought forward, my thoughts, I could be wrong, would be that the extended hours wouldn't necessarily be able to be met based on driver numbers. I'm not sure. I'm going to have a conversation during the break, but if you had to choose one, if those were your two options, Corinne,
right,
which would it be?
I would just I would have the Smart Bus hours extended, and
it's not an option.
It is.
The old way with those hours, or working through the kinks now.
Okay.
On behalf of the vulnerable people you represent.
I would go back to the old way because they would have suitable ride.
Okay.
Because the bus on demand does not work for people with disabilities, with wheelchairs.
And I get you don't like either.
Right.
I'm just trying to get information in terms of when you're advocating for people. So thank you. Sorry to pigeonhole you and put you in that corner, but thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. And I don't see any other questions there, Corinne. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And Dorada? If you just want to state your name for the record, then you can go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Dorota Casala, and I am a student at Holy Trinity High School and a member of McCoy. I am presenting to you today about the need for more consistent transit, similar routes to the old ones, and transit services provided 24 hours a day. I have asked around and reached out to many people, and they have said the new transit routes do not meet their needs as well as the older transit routes have. This is because of the lack of stops along each route, different buses with different destinations taking on those stops, and insufficient times. To solve this issue, a survey of specific routes and times wanted by the community could be sent out to meet the needs of the people. Now on to the more consistent transit. Some people that have responded or reached out to me about transit have said that the buses do not arrive on time. I myself have also experienced this and continue to experience this as I use transit to go to school. Another complaint that has been received was transit buses skipping stops. People have reported that sometimes the buses will simply just skip a stop and keep on going. I have also seen this happen. It especially causes problems in students' lives as many of them rely on public transit for transportation to and from school. And this could also be a negative effect to people who rely on transit for work or have any medical appointments. To solve this issue, I suggest enforcing rules to make sure drivers stop at their stops, regardless if there appears to be no one. Because it could be a safety issue. If somebody is waiting outside in negative 35 weather and they're waiting for a bus that isn't heated, or they've walked a long way or are waiting to be picked up onto another bus, it's a safety issue. So it's better to have a bus stop, even if it takes 2 minutes, than have somebody potentially dying at a stop. The last issue with public transit is the lack of service from midnight hours to 4 a.m. or 24-hour service. Many workers in this community work night shift and require a safe form of transportation to get home. While some can take site buses or have vehicles of their own, many do not have this luxury. And by looking at transit schedules, this safe way home does not exist. By providing 24-hour transit service, we can ensure every worker has a safe way home guaranteed to show up. Another benefit of 24-hour public transit is more jobs. Since we do not have transit at these hours, we will require people to drive the buses. We effectively create more jobs in this community with this. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Well, first, thanks so much for coming forward and presenting. It's great to see McCoy getting up and taking some initiative like that, so great job. And a lot of stuff you brought up are things that we brought up last week in McCoy that I have sent to Director Smith, so thanks so much, Doria. So, Councillor, any other questions? I'm not seeing any. You're off the hook. Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. DeRoche, there he is. Just want to give your name for the record, Mike.
Notes. Some. I pushed it. There we go. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mike DeRocher. I'm coming to you as a citizen tonight because I too have heard many thoughts about our transit online through our seniors, or our Métis seniors, and through other resources that I have available to me. I'm in a tough spot because I was presented with this presentation in one of the committees I sit in, and on paper and through discussion and discussing with the administration, it actually sounded quite good. They answered a lot of my questions. And on paper, it does sound good. I'm wondering, though, if the complaints are based on this effort, as good as it is, maybe potentially missing the target zone of our ridership. It relies heavily on innovation, technology, and a lot of the ridership in the poor demographics of our region may not have those technologies available to them, whether it's a phone, whether it's a cell phone. What they have available to is limited. And quite frankly, most of the people I know within those areas that do have cell phones have a pay-as-you-go card, and they're very limited on the minutes that they have. So they're very careful on how they use them. One of the notes I took, what screamed out at me was this tends to be much more of a budget focus instead of a needs focus. And anytime the budget rears its ugly head over needs, the needs usually lose out because you can only do so much with the budget. I applaud the efforts being made forward to change this system. I applaud this council for taking a hard look at what's been going on and trying to come up with a solution to move us forward. 3 Olympic-sized pools distance doesn't sound that bad for the average person. I can tell you in my current job, going more than 50 feet can sometimes be a challenge during these snowstorms or shortly after these snowstorms. It can be extremely difficult to move even those distances. But for our senior, our handicap, or semi-handicap, during and after major snowstorms and the time after that for these areas to be cleaned is a considerable hardship. And typically when you get that, it will drive down ridership, or at least the acceptance of a new plan or anything. I will tell you, for the service industry, which I worked on for a number of years, 11 or even 11:30, although it is a vast improvement to what we had, still isn't enough, because most of our restaurants don't close till 10 or 11, and many of the hospitalities are in the same. Now that we have 24/7 McDonald's, 7-Elevens, et cetera, gas stations and stuff, the need for that transportation for those vulnerable people in those low-paying jobs is substantial. our cores typically are well serviced. It is the extremities, the places like Beacon Hill, Abasand, Parsons Creek. That's where we tend to have what I can best describe as a shortfall for service for getting these people home in those areas. Many of them living in multiple people per home. Last, second last, technology shortfalls. Ridership is normally on the low end of these uses. I've already briefly talked about that. I wonder if it's possible with these powered shelters, if we have some sort of call box in that where a person walks into it, pushes a button, and it calls a bus or on demand or takes care of those technological glitches that seem to bother that lower percentage. And it typically isn't a problem for our school students or university or college students or working. It is the vulnerable sector that typically gets hurt with using technology in that. The last is transit on demand. You've heard it several times. The amalgamation of special needs and transit on demand seems to have really hurt the ridership. I wonder if maybe in your thoughts you can go back to sort of a separate stream on those.
Thanks, Mike. And I think that's, I can't speak for all my colleagues, but just seeing the data, the information, and the emails we're getting, I will be leaning to agree on that. Councillor Boussier?
Thanks, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation, Mike. What committee was it that you were?
That was the Wood Buffalo Downtown Revitalization Action Committee.
Okay.
So we had a presentation there in length where we were able to discuss at length with the committee presentation. And there were some shortfalls that we had discussed, but the conversation led to what was considered at the time a well thought out. So my advice to people in the early days was give it a second, it'll work itself out, it's going to do it. But we've gone a considerable time now and it hasn't. And so I don't know what the future is coming up. I can only tell you I was for this at first. The more and more feedback we got from the people that I was able to discuss with that would come to me sometimes, the less and less this seemed to be working. And that would be reflected in that 77%.
Right, thank you.
You're welcome. Am I dismissed?
I won't. Yeah, I'm done with you. Mark's behind you. Do you guys present it to all the council appointed committees? Yeah? We did. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. And I don't see any other questions there, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that the Transit Master Plan and 6-month update be accepted as information.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Thank you, Councillor Van Castian, for your second. Does Council have any debate, discussion, or comments? Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Not a negative comment to the transit team. You guys have done a fantastic job implementing the transit master plan, and I thank you very much for the work that you guys have done. It is our responsibility, in my opinion, to take care of our most vulnerable people, and what I'm currently seeing is we're failing to do that, and I'm struggling if this is just an area of growing pains where it'll slowly get better and meet the need, or if we need to go back and reassess this plan to meet the needs of our community right now.
Yeah, I agree, Councillor Vardy. That's kind of where I see it too, and I've said it probably 1,000 times. But I think that's the biggest. The transit team's doing an amazing job, but I do agree there's a miss there. And I'm not going to say it's an easy fix, but I think it's something we can invest in to take care of our most vulnerable citizens. Councillor Brandt?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know who the question's for, but as things are evolving, are we prepared for Parsons Creek with the new Walmart? Are we building new shelters or anything up in that area? Or do we know that information yet?
I'm waiting for a light to come on.
Through the chair to the mayor, would you prefer administration back there to answer these questions?
Yeah, it's just the one question.
Yeah.
Essentially.
So it's great timing because both Thomas and Mark did go to Parsons today to take a look at what the needs would be, that being both infrastructure and systems and bus shelters. So absolutely, we are on tact to include that into our system.
Same question for the new Home Depot that's going in up there on Quarry Ridge.
Same question. So when any development comes forward, such as Home Depot, we look at it. Mark has already looked at it. We've looked at it to see how we can surface it with transit. So we would discuss it with our planning department, with all departments involved, including Home Depot, so that that can be properly managed as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Brandt. Councillor Boussier.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I need some direction from CLO as to how to handle this, because I don't want to go away and come back in 2 weeks and like serve a notice of motion
So
for
you're
2
looking
weeks
for a
later.
supplemental motion?
Yep.
Okay, do you want to,
Pardon?
well, we wouldn't take a break. You can just, we can take we'll stay right where we are, but we'll take a motion break and you can discuss with CLO how you would word that.
Can we take a regular break? I'd like to talk to Keith and Mark too.
Yeah, we can do that. So let's, as I've said 1,000 times, let's take a 10-minute break and we'll see you in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
So Keith and Mark, if you guys can join us. Welcome back, everyone. Does council have any other comments, discussion points, or debate points on the motion that's on the floor? Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to say that, it takes obviously a little bit of, time and effort to be able to provide some services to the community. And I did want to say thank you to the delegates that showed up tonight and presented. And obviously we got a little bit of work to do, and we're not going to get everything right all the time, but I did want to say thank you to Keith and the team there for, trying to provide a exceptional service to the residents. And that's all I got to say is just, we're good. We've got a lot of work to do, and I appreciate everybody's time and effort to making a better system. So thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. And I will call for a vote. Online, in favor? Online, in favor? Thank you, Councillor Weigel and Councillor Scott. Thank you. In favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And Councillor Booth, you have a supplemental motion? Click your mic.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that specialized transit riders be provided with a maximum travel time not to exceed 200% of the direct travel time.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier, and thank you, Councillor Van Castian, for the second. Councillor Boussier, would you like to speak to that motion?
Yes. So just for clarity for everybody, what that means is specialized riders, if a trip is 10 minutes, they will not exceed 20 minutes of the time on the bus, and this should then enable specialized people to get to their appointments and not be sitting on a bus for an hour, 40 minutes. I realize this doesn't address a lot of the other concerns that came up tonight for conventional users. I think, council is willing to give administration some more time. I'm not sure it'll be 12 months before council wants to see you back here. I suspect it'll be sooner. And just to say that I gave Director Smith and Mark a note when we were quietly talking to say we can blow this up if it doesn't work, it's okay. And they are incredibly confident we're going to get there. And so I'm going to trust that we're going to get there. But in the interim, we need to take care of our most vulnerable people and get them to their appointments. So I think this motion takes care of that. Thank you. I don't know, do you gentlemen have anything to say? I invite you to say anything if you wanted to reply.
No, I appreciate the motion, and we'll work through it, and I appreciate your confidence in both Mark and I and this extraordinary team. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier, and thank you, Director Smith. Yeah, everything you said, Councillor Boussier, I totally agree with. I think this is, it may not address everything, but it's a good start to get out of the gate, and allows the team at Transit to kind of get all their ducks in a row and provide the service to the community. And like you said, if we can take care of one thing for most vulnerable, each step we can take is a step in the right direction. Does council have any other questions, comments, or debate points before we vote? Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Worship. Just, I guess, more in appreciation to my colleague for bringing the motion up. I don't think I know anyone who is more familiar with the issues of the vulnerable sector than Councillor Boussier, and I mean, far exceeds my knowledge. And to Corinne and our other presenters who bringing forth their challenges, that I think as well that we have an administration that heard everything they said and listened. And I particularly appreciate the willingness of our administration to be adaptable. I know we've had this transit master plan or the previous one in place for many years. And the fact that we've been able to adopt this new system, and it's only been 6 months from August until December or whatever, to gauge that, I think it's too early to really tell when there's going to be any change, because the general public doesn't necessarily always know. So I think with communications, and if we can get our comms people really out there pumping this for you as well, I think we could see some great successes there. And I appreciate your willingness to adapt along the way. And I'm confident that we'll see some positive change. So I'm more than happy to support this motion as well.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, I just wonder if Councillor Bussier would consider a friendly amendment that if a time is booked, then there needs to be a commitment by the municipality to actually show up within 10 minutes of that booked time, or some fixed time, and I would be flexible as to the timing. But I would leave that to Councillor Bussier, Luana Bussier, who's very familiar with the issue, whether that is kind of an amendment would make sense. I just don't want people booking times and then waiting for a considerable period.
Jade? That's not a friendly amendment, is it? No. Okay. Can you? I have not heard, I don't know if my colleagues have, a considerable amount of complaints or complaints even about pickup. It's been volume of time on the bus. And respectfully, Councillor Scott, judging from the stroke that Keith and Mark just about had with the 200% time, I would like to keep this motion as is, and see where we get to, reevaluate this in a couple months, see how it's landing, before we add the other piece on. I don't think it's a problem. Do you gentlemen have anything to add?
Yeah, that's fine. I can adjust and defer to your with.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Cardinal?
I believe we're on debate there, Mayor. I mean, right? Debate points. I believe, great, I'll support the motion as it is, but I did want to say that we provide, a real good service for our community from when this first started, and we've come a long ways. We're going to eventually try to make it better. We're not going to get it perfect. We're not going to be able to serve every person that every which way that everyone wants. And, I just want to make sure that, we hear the voices of the community and try to find a path forward together. It's not about he said and she said. I think it's just about listening to each other and listening to the residents and making sure that we try to initiate and coordinate as best as we can. I'll support the motion. Whether we're going to get this motion perfect, we're probably not going to. Minutes mean a lot to certain people, and we're late even when we have our own vehicles. Things arise, and snowstorms, whatever it may be, weather. I just wanted to say that we're listening to the residents, and we'll try to find the best path forward. So I'll support the motion as is, and I did want to commemorate Councillor Bussier's taking care of the elders and the disabled, and that's a big thing too that I always look up to. So I'll support the motion as it is, and we'll keep on going and trying to find good results. So thanks everyone for showing up today.
Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if the conversation is probably for the questions for administration. I'll be supporting the motion, but how do we enforce this, or how do we keep track of this to make sure that it's actually being done? Is it something that we will just keep a system of how long each ride takes, and then if we go over the allotted time limit, that will follow up, that will go through? Like, what's the response? And maybe I'm getting too far in the weeds. I worry that we throw this down there and then there's no way to actually follow up to make sure it gets done.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I'll take a stab at it, and then Mark can follow up with the details. This change that's being put forward, it's a systematic change that happens within the system, and we can make those change, and we can track it and report on it. And as we discussed earlier, and this is what I appreciate about this council, is that if for some reason this doesn't work, we can change. We'll come back and say, okay, we tried this, it's not working. This is something that we learned through this process, and now we can go this direction. We hear you loud and clear on the direction you want to take. We've established a way to get there, and if that doesn't work, we'll change. However, based upon the discussions we've had, systematically, we can make this change, and we can see it working. I'll let Mark add anything if you wish.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, Director Smith is correct. It's a system software update that we make, and the system, if we tell it that it can't do a trip longer than whatever time parameters we set, it won't do that. So it won't, the risk may be we may not get a trip for somebody. So transit is, I think we called it an ecosystem before. It's a series of trade-offs. So what we'll be doing this week with the software provider is seeing what potential implications will come of this, and because of course we don't want to create a negative situation out of it.
And so, no, I appreciate that. I appreciate the transparency. So if you were unable to meet that criteria, then you would just tell the user that they wouldn't be able to be picked up?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, correct. If they book online, then they wouldn't be provided with a ride option.
Okay.
Maybe I'll just add a point of clarity if I could. So then for whoever's on the bus, they won't get an extended trip.
Okay. And Councillor Bousset, this is okay with what you're trying to accomplish here?
So how Mark explained it to me when we were during the break is the parameters that they set in the system will say, I call for a ride, that they can set how many detours each ride is allowed to be scheduled to have. So it's not like they were ever okay with an hour, 40-minute ride, but they might have entered 6 detours or whatever. So he's gonna control the parameters of the detours so nobody is riding on it for too long. As I understand things, there's still the option to call in to make arrangements for the other ride, which I know you don't really like, but they can call Kelly if there's not a ride option, and they can go through other options for getting to their appointment. We're not gonna be sitting, well, maybe I'll ask the question. If we're chatting in a couple months, we're not gonna have a bunch of sorry, ride not available, sorry, ride not available, sorry, ride not available, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Bousset, that's the goal, and that's why we'll be working with the software provider to make sure we don't create that situation.
So that rides are available and they're getting there within 200% of the direct time?
That's correct.
Perfect, thank you.
I'm good, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. I don't see any other questions. I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Councillor Scott
Yes.
in favor. Councillor Weigel in favor. Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen, and thanks to all the delegates here tonight. We had some new delegates and some longtime users. Thank you. Moving on, we have the report on homeless contribution 2026-2027. I'd like to invite Community Services to present their report, please. Whenever you ladies are ready.
There we go. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Tony Elliott, Director of Community Services, and with me is Janelle Fleury, Manager of Community Partnerships and Initiatives. We are presenting a recommendation for municipal funding contribution to the 2026-2027 homelessness grant allocations. The Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo, or the rmwb, is designated community entity for the Federal Reaching Home Homelessness Support Program. This means that the rmwb is responsible for working with the Homelessness Initiative Strategic Committee to distribute federal funding for homelessness to community agencies that deliver housing and homelessness services. Projects funded through this contract must be eligible under the Reaching Home directives, and contributions are limited to the amount of funding received by the rmwb from the federal government. As of April 1st, 2025, provincial homelessness funding no longer flows through the municipality for allocation or coordination, a role that was referred to as a community-based organization, or CBO. Instead, the province directly funds community agencies that deliver housing and homelessness services. However, the rmwb remains an active partner with oversight of system-level needs. While funding from other levels of government becomes increasingly absorbed by demand for housing capacity, other programs are underfunded or defunded entirely. The options presented for Council's consideration are intended to build preventative capacity and resilience for a changing system.
The proposed recommendations aim to meet several outcomes: preventing new episodes of homelessness and/or preventing the chronicity from worsening, preventing recidivism from housing into the homelessness system, preventing increased encampments, improving housing stability through secure landlord relationships, and basic needs for individuals that may experience increasing wait times for housing. A portion of the proposed funding could be allocated to prevention programs, which are developed to support individuals that newly identify in the homelessness system, are at risk of returning to homelessness, on the verge of becoming homeless, or are at risk of becoming entrenched in living rough. A portion of the proposed funding may also be allocated for the Landlord Support Liaison. This is a unique position designed to support agencies in developing supportive relationships with landlords, in turn reducing barriers for housing individuals with complex needs. This funding is requested to extend the program beyond its current funding cycle, which ends August 2026, and is enabled by a grant from the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness through the Homelessness Reduction Innovation Fund. This grant is aimed at piloting innovative solutions for reducing chronic homelessness. A portion of the proposed funding is recommended for allocation to the drop-in program, also known as the day shelter, operated by the Centre of Hope. As a northern community, we understand the urgent need for safe, warm, and welcoming indoor spaces, especially during daytime hours when individuals are most vulnerable to harsh weather conditions. Lastly, a portion of the proposed funding may be allocated to allow the Housing Initiative Strategic Committee to fund critical housing programs that are underfunded or defunded in the 2026-2027 fiscal year.
As the community adjusts to a changing system with increasingly complex needs, the outcomes expected from funding contributions with other levels of government are impacted by strict directives or underfunding. The Federal Reaching Home Directive for 6-month rapid housing will be enforced on March 31st, 2026, meaning individuals in the homelessness system currently supported by federal rent assistance will be ineligible to receive this direct support if already housed for more than 6 months in a federally funded program. While the proposed funding would be a step in addressing systematic complexities, it would not be the absolute resolution in ending chronic homelessness. The recommendations are designed to mitigate growth in the population of individuals experiencing homelessness while assisting with encampment response. With these contributions, it still takes time to adjust programming to funding realities, build relationships, and navigate systems. The request this evening is for $1,647,221. This concludes our presentation, and we were happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Janelle. And I believe it was almost a year ago, this is when we first heard about this, last April. I was when I first heard of this, and your team and we identified this was going to be a problem. And this is exactly what we were afraid was going to happen.
Yes.
I think we've all said it in the last presentation, our job is to protect the most vulnerable in this community, and this is exactly that. How many people will this directly affect April 1st?
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, to the question, the number of people who are currently in the system that are funded by federal rent assistance is 143. We have 221 currently being served in that system through programs. The risk of individuals being turned out the door on April 1st is a little bit more complex. But if we didn't receive this funding this evening, or the Homelessness Initiative Strategic Committee is forced to make decisions to defund programs, it would have an immediate impact on individuals housed.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Janelle. Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I'm offended that the province would say we're no longer a community-based organization. In the report, you identified $612,630 was dropped in the homelessness funding from the province. Was that the total amount, or, based on what we were getting before that council was allocating to the different initiatives, it's only $612,000, or would it be higher than that? Do we know what the other organizations are getting funded directly?
Through the chair to Councillor Allen, we do know what the provincial allocations are, and I don't believe I'm in a position to share that before the province does.
No.
But the reduction this year in our community from the province is $612,630. Last year, when we were transitioned from being the CBO, there was about a $500,000 reduction as well. So in the past year, we've seen just over $1 million reduction.
Yeah, plus the federal funding.
Correct.
Yeah. I think Councillor Scott will agree with me from previous experiences. It's just frustrating to see the provincial government continue to download their responsibilities onto the municipal level. I know we'll have other presenters, but thank you for bringing this forward. I wasn't here last year when you heard about it, but as you know, I had a long history with this initiative. So I'll certainly be supporting making sure that they continue.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair. So I know that support through housing has closed last year. When I was attending the Homeless Connect, the homeless prevention program that supports people who are currently living in houses prior to them being homeless, this program was also cut. So my question to you is, what kind of advocacy have we done with the provincial and federal government prior to getting to this point? Because this didn't happen yesterday.
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, thank you for your questions. The Support Through Housing or Support Services Wood Buffalo was not funded through this initiative, but they were a part of the system. And you're correct that this didn't happen overnight. We've been advocating for well over a year to both senior levels of government. We continue to have our concerns brought up as high as we can through our channels with our representatives. We are told that our concerns are brought to the ministers. We've had discussions with the ADM, with the directors on both sides, and unfortunately, we're just trapped by funding constraints.
Thank you. I have a comment that I'll disguise as a question. So what I'm hearing from you is you've gone as far as you can with administration.
So I can probably answer that actually before you even ask it. Yeah, we did meet with the minister. We did meet with all the staff, and we were told it was not going to have any effect. That's what we were told. And I argued with it at the meeting. I think you were there, Janelle and Tony. Yeah, we argued with them for a long time. And they insisted this was not going to have any effect. And we insisted it was. And we're in the exact spot that we said we were going to be in.
Thank you. I'll save my comments for debate. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Luana Boussier.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. This is just unfortunate we're here. Sadly, not surprising. I just have a couple stats related questions, which thank you for meeting with me earlier, and I probably should ask these then, but do you know what percentage of individuals that are placed in housing remain housed after 12, 24 months?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier's, we are not currently tracking recidivism, so how many people return into housing, how many people remain on caseload over say 12 months. We do track that. I would say, I don't have the number in front of me, but I'm estimating about 10% of our total housed, because as we house those who have more complex needs and are more chronically homeless, the barriers increase. Often they have trimorbidity, so they have 3 issues that they're trying to overcome before they can live sustainably on their own. So our top 3 in this community are addiction, mental health, and physical limitations. So those individuals, for example, with the federal directive that's coming into effect to only use that rent assistance for 6 months, that's not feasible. Those individuals need longer than 6 months or a year to move through, have the wraparound supports, and then be graduated.
So for every, say, 10 that we house, how many are behind them?
Our current by name list has 221 individuals on it, and 62 of those are currently waiting to be housed that are prioritized for housing. So all 221 want to be housed.
Right.
We've prioritized 62, but they can't move into caseload or into housing until it's available. If we don't make adjustments to the system to maintain the current housing capacity that we have this year, there will be no movement from the by name list into housing.
So if council didn't approve 508,000 for Tawa, what's that look like? What's the impact?
So we have 2 programs in our community that serve permanent supportive housing. Those are individuals with the most complex needs. And one of them is Tawa.
Yep.
If the 508,000 is not funded, they will not be able to move capacity up from 14 beds. They will not be able to continue to house the 14 individuals who are there, because those individuals will be only federally funded. So with that 6 month that directive coming into enforcement for 6 months only, all the individuals who are there, if they've been there 6 months or longer, cannot stay in that program unless they have another source of funding.
So can you just share so it's public? 14 to Joanne's going to be
32.
able to 32.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I guess just my only last, I see where Center of Hope, and I know that the daytime drop-in program was never provincially or federally funded. I know that that's other funding issues, so I understand that. I guess I would just say, and I see 2 of my previous co-workers here, Joanne and Rosie, this will not come as any surprise to them when I say this. I think this subsector needs to do better at collaborating. We can all do better. We just went through the Tomorrow Project with the senior subsector. And I think this needs to happen. I think this is very administratively heavy. And there is synergies to be found and build off the strengths of some existing organizations that are already providing exceptional services. And I think there's room to save a lot of money. I know now is not the time to be doing that, but in the next year, I would really like to see it worked into any funding, that a Tomorrow Project for this subsector be undertaken, and that next year, because we're going to be here next year, let's be honest, they're going to need money next year, that some synergies have been found and that we're less administratively heavy, therefore increasing service to vulnerable people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Bussier. Does any councilor have any other questions? I'm not saying anything. Thank you, Janet. Thank you. And the first delegate's Joanne Packham. Just want to say your name for the record, Joanne. Just you have 5 minutes to present.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Joanne Packham. I am the Executive Director of Wood Buffalo Wellness Society. Last week, I received a call from the Ministry of Seniors and Community Services, Social Services, where I was told that we were facing large cuts. The $612,000 is to our agency in 2 different programs. So I'll speak to TWAL first and then centralized intake after. The TWAL Permanent Supportive Housing Program is not simply a housing project. It is a life-saving program that addresses the most complex homelessness challenges in our community while also creating measurable benefits for the broader system. First and foremost, TWAL provides stability and safety to individuals who have often exhausted every other housing option available to them. The residents who enter TWAL are typically those with the highest needs in the community, individuals experiencing chronic homelessness, complex mental health challenges, physical health issues, and substance use disorders. Many have already broken down multiple housing placements before arriving at our program. Without a program like TWAL, many of these individuals would remain unhoused, cycling between shelters, emergency rooms, police interactions, and hospitalizations. What makes TWAL unique, and I do say unique, is that it combines permanent housing with intensive, culturally grounded supports. As the only Indigenous-led, Indigenous-focused, homeless-serving agency in our region and licensed permanent supportive housing program in our region, we provide culturally safe programming that resonates deeply and with the population most affected by the homelessness in our community. Through daily ceremony, elder involvement, cultural programming, and strong community values, residents are able to reconnect with identity, dignity, and a sense of belonging, something that traditional housing models often fail to provide. Beyond the human impact, the program demonstrates clear financial value in the community. When we compared residents' emergency services use 6 months prior to entering TWAL and the most recent 6 months in the program, we saw dramatic reductions. Police interactions decreased by nearly 99%. Ambulance use dropped by 85%. Emergency room visits were reduced by 60%, and hospital stays dropped by 96%. When we apply conservative cost estimates to these reductions, the program generates between $1.1 million and $1.5 million in annual cost savings or systems avoidance costs at the current level of 14 individuals served. To the healthcare, this is to the healthcare and emergency services systems alone, and that's with the 50% occupancy. Once we have attained full occupancy, which should be within the next month, this translates to a cost savings of $80,000 to $109,000 per person and scales up to full occupancy cost savings of between $2.5 million and $3.5 million. In other words, TWAL is not only changing lives, it significantly reduces pressure on hospitals, emergency responders, and policing resources. The program also contributes to broader community well-being. Since the opening of Tawel, local bylaw and police agencies anecdotally have reported a correlation with reductions in petty crime in the downtown core area. By stabilizing individuals who were previously, sorry, there's something, sounds like something wrong with my mic, but by stabilizing individuals who were previously living in crisis, we are improving safety and livability for the entire community. Perhaps most importantly, Tawel creates a pathway forward. Residents receive intensive case management, access to primary health care throughout the on-site nursing, connections to mental health and psychiatric supports, and opportunities to pursue recovery and substance use. Some residents move forward into treatment programs, recovery housing, or reconnect with their families. These are outcomes that simply would not be possible without stable housing and consistent support. Programs like Tawel take time to build trust and produce lasting change, particularly through individuals who have experienced years and even decades, and decades is common, of homelessness. But the results we are seeing already show that this model works, and it works well. Funding Tawel means continuing saving lives, reducing strain on public systems, and building a stronger, healthier community for everyone. Centralized intake is the backbone of communities' homelessness response system, and without it, the entire system becomes fragmented and far less effective. Centralized intake manages the community's by name list, which tracks and prioritizes 150 to 120 on average in previous years, although we are over 200 right now, experiencing homeless at any given time. The process ensures that people are assessed, connected to the right services, and prioritized based on vulnerability rather than chance or who happens to walk into the office first. Additionally, CI programs support individuals who do not qualify for intensive case management with referrals and support. In the past 6 months, we've supported 31 individuals who did not make it onto the by name list. And these individuals would have otherwise been supported through our outreach program, which was one of the programs that were cut last year. Beyond simply maintaining the client list, centralized intake also provides direct support to individuals while they wait for housing, helping them access referrals, healthcare, and community resources. What's important to understand that this entire function is currently carried on by one single staff member, despite supporting well over 100 individuals at a time. If funding for centralized intake was reduced or removed, there would be no coordinated system.
Sorry, John, we're just over time by a minute there, but I'm sure some of that we answered by questions. Some of you'll be able to continue with questions.
I can cut it right there.
Does Council have any questions for presenter? Councillor Boussier.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thanks for the presentation, Joe. I just want, you're the only one doing the SPDATs, right? Like what Buffalo Wellness?
No, SPDATs are also done through the CAST, through the Coordinated Access System, which is 7 sites. 11? 16 sites throughout the region.
You used to only do them, right?
We do centralized, so when we are reassessing, so an individual might walk into, let's say, the hospital, and they could be screened initially through the CAST system, but then that referral is sent on to us for
it's
further.
going to you. Okay, okay. What is central?
Coordinated access system. So it's the different service providers that serve as common touch points with the homeless population.
But Wood Buffalo Wellness is you're doing all the centralized intake?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and then the only thing I just want to get on record, you heard me talk about a Tomorrow project for your subsector. You're committed to that?
Absolutely.
You as the ED?
Yeah, and in the past we've had actual other meetings with other organizations to talk about working together in a more structured way. I think that for us, as long as we as an Indigenous-led organization with an Indigenous mandate can ensure fidelity to that model, I'm very open to coordinating and collaborating with other organizations.
Yeah, and I think through the senior subsector Tomorrow project, we developed some different pathways forward, and it's what's the word I'm looking for? Mediated by somebody outside of the existing member agencies. So yeah, just a different process than we normally undertook. So I don't know if Rosie's presenting, probably not, she's shy, but just to get on record that you're committed to that. So, yeah, thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier. Councilor Cardinal, you have a question?
I do, Mayor. CAST, can you clarify again? What's that mean?
Community
Coordinated.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, the coordinated access system is a no wrong door approach. So it means that we train different service providers that will work with the individuals in the homelessness system, that if they go to that agency for one service, they can assess them there to be added for housing. So that way they don't have to navigate to one organization. The organization that they're already seeing will point them in that direction.
So out of the 16 that
Access
you
points,
stated are involved with CAST?
Yes, so the 16 coordinated access points are not funded. They do that work all in a collaboration of the work that they're already doing. So if they see an individual that they think needs assessment to be housed, they'll do that initial assessment and then they'll be directed for intake to Wood Buffalo Wellness Society.
So who's the entity of CAST?
So it is a collaborative system. Coordinated or centralized intake lives partially with Wood Buffalo Wellness Society and partially with the rmwb. And the CAST meetings are facilitated with all 16 access points.
16 access points?
Yeah.
Oh, so not 16...
It's 16 different organizations.
Organizations, okay. Yeah. So out of the 16 organizations, how many would we service with the 1.647 million or 221?
So none of the coordinated access points are funded through this funding. They're, for example, the hospital. If an individual shows up at the emergency room and while they're there, it's identified that they're homeless and that they are interested in housing, then there's someone trained on that site that can do an initial assessment for them, and then they send that referral over to Wood Buffalo Wellness Society. Then Wood Buffalo Wellness Society will get in touch with that individual, finalize intake, and they're added to a waiting list for housing. That way, when that individual walks out of that emergency room, they don't have to find their way to Joanne's organization. They've already been sent along that way. So they're not funded to do that. It's something that they're adding to their service.
How many of those are rural?
We have no rural coordinated access points.
None that are part of Wood Buffalo Wellness?
No rural coordinated access points.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just because I know that there's actual entities that are in rural, but they're not part of this. I'm just curious, I guess, how.
It's a good point. So what we see right now is that individuals in rural communities often have to come into Fort McMurray for services because the wraparound services exist right now in the urban service area.
Okay, thank you. I guess my next question would be, how many employees at Toal?
That is a good question, Kendrick, and I don't have the direct answer for that. We have minimum staffing levels under our CCU licensing. There is 3 individuals that are required to be on site at night, and that's like if we're responding to a crisis or emergency. And there's a staffing model that we've been able to kind of pare down to minimal. Because we did face 25% cuts last year from the federal government with the 12 project and program as well.
You're the executive director there?
I am.
You don't know how many staff you have?
No, I do. I have 65 staff for the whole agency. So for that project in particular, we have roughly around, I don't have the exact number.
Okay.
So I can get that for you.
Okay.
I would estimate 20 to 25.
Okay, thanks. I'm just curious, that's all.
I can get it
that's all
for
I got, thanks.
Does council have any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you.
And our next two delegates are Rosie Keating and Marty Getty. I just want to say your name for the record, and again, you have 5 minutes to present.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Rosie Keating, and with me today is the Board Chair of the Centre of Hope, Marty Getty. I'm the Executive Director. For more than 20 years, the Centre of Hope has supported individuals experiencing homelessness in our region. In a northern community such as ours, daytime shelter is not optional, it is essential. When individuals have nowhere to go during the day, especially in extreme weather, our day shelter becomes a safe, supervised space that prevents crisis. Our day shelter is a low-barrier service, meaning individuals access safety and support without complicated requirements or conditions. In the past 9 months alone, 478 unique individuals have accessed this space for warmth, connection, and support. The day shelter is the foundation of a much larger coordinated system of care that the Centre of Hope operates. Under one agency, we provide the day shelter services meeting basic needs and crisis stabilization, street outreach, actively engaging individuals in encampments and public spaces, housing, on-site outreach supports, assisting with ID replacement, income applications, housing documentation, and system navigation. A women's wellness program focused on FASD prevention and unique services for female care. Operation of the region's FASD diagnostic clinic, a permanent supportive housing program for 19 individuals with complex barriers, and a housing with supports program serving a minimum caseload of 105 individuals. Although this day shelter is the core program that lends entry point for the other Centre of Hope services, it is heavily relied upon by other community service providers, government institutions, judicial platforms, and Alberta Health Services to locate and connect with our region's vulnerable sector. Street outreach is a critical part of this system. Many individuals experiencing homelessness do not initially access services. Outreach teams meet people where they are, in encampments, parks, and public spaces, building trust and connecting them to safety, healthcare, and housing support. The day shelter becomes the place they can be brought to stabilize, access services, and begin the process of moving towards housing. Many individuals living unsheltered lack consistent access to food, clothing, hygiene, emergency services. Street outreach addresses this gap by delivering essentials directly to individuals in encampments and high traffic areas. Street outreach provides on-the-spot assessments for housing initiatives whereby individuals will be placed on the region's by name list. Without a place like the daytime shelter, outreach loses one of its most effective tools for engagement and connection. What makes the Centre of Hope model effective is integration. A person can walk through one door and access multiple layers of service without retelling their story or starting over. Outreach connects them, the day shelter stabilizes them, healthcare supports them, and housing programs transition them. When the day shelter funding is unstable, this continuum is destabilized. If hours are reduced or services interrupted, individuals remain outside longer and increasing exposure to extreme weather. Street outreach becomes less effective because there's no consistent place to bring people. Housing placement slow because documentation and engagement happen inside the shelter. Police, EMS, and emergency departments see increased demand. Encampments and public safety concerns rise. Individuals with FASD, brain injury, and untreated mental health conditions lose the structured environment that supports stability. We know that when prevention services shrink, crisis services grow, and crisis costs far more financially and socially. The day shelter is not simply a warm building, it is the entry point to healthcare, housing, income support, cultural connection, and justice diversion. It is where trust is built and where stability begins. At the end of the day, this request is about ensuring that no one in our community is left without a safe place to exist while they work towards stability. Prevention is another part of addressing homelessness. For several years, the Centre of Hope operated an eviction prevention program that worked directly with individuals and families who are at risk of losing their housing. By providing mediation and advocacy, we were able to stabilize housing and prevent people from entering homelessness. The program delivers early intervention supports, focusing on preventing eviction before it happens. Intervening at the earliest signs of housing instability reduces the need for shelter beds and minimizes the trauma and costs associated with displacement. In 2024, the eviction prevention program successfully sustained 93 tenancies. Unfortunately, that program was defunded in 2025. In the past 11 months, 78 individuals and families have reached out to us for eviction prevention support, and we had to tell them we could not help. Each of those calls represents a household trying to stay housed and a missed opportunity to prevent homelessness before it begins. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie. Thanks, Marty. I don't have a question. I just want to say thanks for everything you do for the community, the whole organization. I see you guys out in the community all the time, and I see the residents down there. And just thank you for everything you do. Questions from council? Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I noticed that the $275,000 is going to be used for 5.5 staff. I know in your presentation, when you came to the HIS committee, you stated that there's room for cultural position that in your guys' organization. I'm just curious, out of the 5.5 staff, whether or not that would going to be one of the permanent positions.
That would be the 0.5. We got a part-time Indigenous liaison working with us now to bring us cultural connection, and that would be part of this ask today, is to keep that there. We see about 90% of our individuals are Indigenous, so we recognize the importance of having an Indigenous liaison because we're not the experts.
So what would the Indigenous liaison do that would coordinate with a cultural activity of some sort?
We have group activities such as beading and things like that. We also have smudging ceremony. She leads our celebration of life services when we have individuals who pass away, and she leads cultural type food services and things for our permanent supportive housing.
So is this a part-time position or just an honorary position?
It's a part-time position.
Part-time position. Does it the same person all the time?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay. No, that's so the 0.5 is for the cultural. Okay.
Yes. For part-time.
0.5. Okay. I guess my next question would be, have you guys shared the letter from the Alberta government that states the funding dissolution, or whatever you want to call it, from Alberta government? Is there an official letter that came to all these organizations? I'm just curious as how something like that would look.
That might be for administration. We can bring that after the presenter to know. Once they're finished, we can go to the administration with questions.
Okay. No, that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Boussier.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Just two questions, Rosie. Good for you for presenting. I know you'd rather be anywhere but sitting there. The 275 that's on here for you, is this outside of like you anticipate getting your ask from United Way? Have you heard yet?
We haven't heard yet.
So that's in addition to what you're hoping to get from them?
Yeah, so currently our budget to run the daytime drop-in center for 7 days a week, 365 days a year is $551,000.
Okay.
We have been successful in getting a CIP grant through the RMWB of $100,000. We have applied to United Way and we have not heard back. So this $275,000 is just to cover the staff costs so we can keep our doors open.
Yeah, so getting the 80,000 from, it's 80,000, right?
Yeah.
United Way. Getting that 80,000 is budgeted for. That's in your budget already?
It's part of the budget, yes.
Yeah. And then the only thing is the same thing I asked Joe, like you're committed to engaging in a Tomorrow Project collaborative as the leader of the organization?
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Rosie. Boy, your presentation kind of really wrapped it all up as to what Center of Hope does, and I couldn't have said that better. It's amazing what you do, and I appreciate everything that the organization does. Preventative measures as well, I think, is important. And you mentioned that in 2025 you lost your prevention eviction program.
Yes.
Or the eviction prevention. How much did you lose in 25? What was that budget for?
I don't remember right offhand, but somewhere around $190,000.
Okay.
And that would be a staff and an actual rent top-ups to maintain people's housing.
So separate from the rent subsidy program?
Yes.
Yeah. Do we still do the rent subsidy program with provincial funding?
Yeah.
And you get that directly from the province now?
We do now, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Which, is that being stable or maintained, or are we getting a little increase?
We've been told that we'll get the exact same as we got last year. So the province funds our permanent supportive housing program, and some funding goes towards our housing with supports program.
And Housing First?
That is now housing with supports.
Housing with supports. Okay, well, I mean, you've heard me say it 100 times. We came out with the 10-year plan to end homelessness, and we're never going to really end homelessness altogether. But for every individual that you made successful under a roof, you've ended homelessness for that person. So thank you for the very important work that you do.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. And I don't see any other questions, so thanks. Oh, sorry. Hold on, Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm curious as to how you guys coordinate together through the homelessness initiatives. I only had the one meeting and I missed one meeting, so I was out hunting, but whatever. I'm just wondering how the coordination is between TWAO, Center of Hope, all the 16 entities that are there. Like, are you guys communicating together? Where's the gaps? Because I feel that everybody's asking for a bunch of money, and then next thing you know, it's like they're working on their own projects and silos, and I'm just trying to see who's the main funder, or who's the main provider, or who's the main person that provides information to each other, because
Would that be a question for administration too, or do you have a question for Center of Hope?
I can speak to what I think you're asking, and that is that we collaborate with other organizations like Wood Buffalo Wellness Society and Salvation Army. Those are the two main housing-focused agencies besides the Center of Hope, and we do collaborate very well with both of them. We often have meetings, and when we have issues with or some kind of problems with one individual, then we can refer them to another agency to see if they can have more success with them, and vice versa.
When you say you meet with Salvation Army and TWAO or Wood Buffalo Wellness Society, how often do you guys meet, and where do you guys meet?
Before the province defunded the CBO, we were meeting every 14 days. Since then, we meet approximately once a month. We have talked about making that more committed to that, because we are serving a lot of the same individuals and with the same needs. So we have been committed to making that more.
Thanks. I just feel that sometimes we duplicate the services, and that was kind of why I was asking some of those questions. And thank you for presentation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. I don't see any questions, so thanks, Rosie. Thanks, Marty. Would someone like to make the motion? Councillor Van Castian.
I move that $1,647,221 be allocated from the emergent issue reserves to the Community Services 2026 operating budget for contribution to homelessness initiatives in the 2026-2027 fiscal period, as outlined in Attachment 1.
Thank you, Councillor Van Castian, and thank you for the second, Councillor Brandt. Does Council have any questions, comments, or debate points? Councillor Cardinal, do you have a question for administration yet earlier? Oh, good. Councillor Vardy? Oh.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I appreciate it. Obviously, we have to support this motion. This is our most vulnerable population. I do want to continue with a comment that I had before. Incredibly frustrated. We are now seeing that we have to pay more to support our community, and we actually now have less of a say, even though we're paying more because of the overreach of the province. And I'm going to get on my soapbox here for a minute because my mic is on. For a province, for a government who advocates for sovereignty, this is such a huge overreach. We have the people, we have the money, we have the infrastructure to support our people. Why are we getting a slap on the hand and a pullback? This council, in my opinion, is one of the most competent that I've seen in a very long time. I think we are in a very good position to start advocating and communicating more with our provincial and federal government to stop things like this from happening, because we contribute 20% of our provincial GDP. If anyone can advocate for change, it's this council right here.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy, and I couldn't agree more. And when this came forward, we were actually, our community services and all the groups combined were actually asked to go to different places like Lethbridge, Ontario, to present what we're doing with homelessness here because we're so successful. We're actually the first place to end homelessness for veterans was Fort McMurray. So us being the ones that are getting the deduction, might call it, is pretty sad to hear from the province. But this is where we thought we would be, and they argued, and now we're here. So we'll keep moving forward, and we'll push to get that equal cut of the pie that we deserve up here. And like you said, for doing a good job, we're being penalized for doing a good job. So I agree. I couldn't agree more. Councillor Allen?
Thank you. It's a question for Tony or Janelle, I'm not sure. Of the $1.6 million, there's and we just heard about being defunded on the eviction prevention program with Center of Hope. There is $190,000 in this breakdown. Is that for the funds that were defunded from Center of Hope, or is it for another organization? Are we confident that we have enough in that plan?
Through the chair to Councillor Allen, excuse me. The eviction prevention program that Rosie mentioned was defunded in 2025 because of that initial loss of funding that I mentioned that took place last year. So we actually had to defund all prevention programs that included eviction prevention, outreach, and diversion. As a result, now we are trying to reinstate that. It's not, the request for funding for that this year is not as a result of a further reduction to that program. It's already been cut.
Okay, so has it been allocated to an organization yet? Or?
Through the chair to Councillor Allen, so the $600,000 reduction was only to Wood Buffalo Wellness Society. In 2025, the funds were allocated to another organization instead of for the eviction prevention program and other prevention programs. We used all the funding that we had available and focused on housing.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Bussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I need to follow up. So is Joe, that was all her cut?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier's, yes. This year's cut was all to Wood Buffalo Wellness Society.
Can I get Joanne up again? Am I allowed to do that?
I think that's fine. She'd be the one to answer the question.
No stage, because
So, sorry, Joe.
The funding cut, sorry, through the chair.
Yeah.
Councillor Bussier, the funding cuts were explained to me that centralized intake was cut because it is a federal directive. So the province no longer wanted to fund anything that was a federal directive, and they've since given us instruction as well that we are not required to actually fall under or follow CAST because they will not fund it. So any of their provincial funding, they're not requiring. But of course, that's the system that we are agreeing to as a community. The TOAL program was cut as a result of a conversation that happened with the Minister of Addictions and Mental Health, they say 2 to 3 months ago. The TOAL program has been kind of a hot potato because it has been funded under Recovery Alberta, but it is not falling under the new mandate of recovery-oriented systems of care. Recovery-oriented systems of care are basically the new recovery communities. So even a year ago, we were really facing about where this would land, and there was argument between the two ministries about who should be funding programs like TOAL. I think it's important to note that the other organizations that deliver similar programs in the province have not had any funding cuts. That this seems to be directed directly to us in Wood Buffalo. But what they did say was that 2 to 3 months ago, they had a conversation with the Ministry. The Ministry of Addictions and Mental Health said that they would be cutting TOAL along with other programs. But it was based on that decision that the Minister of Seniors and Community Services then decided to cut TOAL because, of course, we would be unviable. And that after the Ministry of Addictions and Mental Health re-evaluated that decision, the Ministry of Housing had already made their decisions and reallocated our funding to another community.
So the cuts to centralized intake was because it's federal?
Because it's a federal directive, not a provincial directive.
So how many years had you done that?
We had 2013, I believe, 2013. Okay.
So, yeah, so it was a shock then.
Very much.
And for the recovery-oriented systems of care stuff, like I don't think Past You Place is in any better position. And they're clearly Rosk, and I don't think they got their money yet either. So with the other money that came, that HISC spoke to, you got what you got last year?
Yes, under ICM.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Sorry, to clarify, HISC has not made allocations for 2026-27.
HISC doesn't make allocations.
They haven't.
Right.
No funding has been assigned yet for 2026-27. For federal funding.
Yeah, sorry to clarify. Okay. From the province for our ICM funding, intensive case management.
Yeah.
We've received what we received last year from the province, but not HISC. Sorry.
Okay, so this is what I'm trying to get at. When HISC allocates their money, is everybody going to be whole? Everybody going to be okay? Or are we going to be back here?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussaires, if we have the funding tonight that is in the recommendations, HISC will be able to complete their allocations.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah. That's what I need to know. And then just for Tony and you, I just want to be clear that I don't need to amend the motion, but clear that we expect a collaborative effort to be put forward so we can reduce administrative burden and enhance outputs. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Joanne.
Thanks, Councillor Boussaires. Does Council have any other questions? I will, with that, I actually just said this in an interview the other day, one of the hardest decisions we make in council when it comes to money is allocating money that's not our responsibility. This is one of those cases, but when it comes to servicing the most vulnerable community and organizations that make a difference in the community, I think we have an obligation to the residents to support them. So I hope my colleagues support this as well. With that, I'll call for a vote. In favor online, Councillor Weigel in favor, Councillor Scott in favor, thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. We're going to take a 10-minute break, a real 10-minute break, and be back at 8:30. Welcome back, everyone. Can I have one of the councillors make the motion, please? Oh. Sorry, go ahead, John Downey.
Go ahead. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Tony Elliott, Director of Community Services, and with me is Janelle Fleury, Manager of Community Partnerships and Initiatives. On February 5th, 2026, Council passed a resolution to establish a Community Investment Program Review Panel to review CIP applications for the current cycle and provide recommendations to Council. The panel was comprised of Mayor Sandy Bowman, Councillors Brandt, Luana Bussières, Van de Castian, and Vardy, along with the administration and the chair of the Community Investment Program Approval Committee. This evening, we are presenting recommendations from the review panel following its meeting on March 3rd. It is important to note that the review panel did not approve or deny applications, nor did they allocate funding. Rather, this report reflects the review panel's recommendations for adjustments to five grant allocations from across 43 total ineligible, denied, or partially funded applications in various grant streams for the 2026 CIP funding cycle. For the Community Programs and Projects grant stream, the recommended adjustments include $100,000 for King's Kids promotions, $47,775 for the Royal Canadian Air Cadet Squadron 868 Sponsoring Committee, and an additional $50,000 for the Golden Year Society, which will bring their total grant to $100,000, the maximum eligible grant in this stream. The other recommended, yeah, I'm good. I changed Janelle's notes. The other recommended adjustments include $25,000 for the Nigerian Association of Fort McMurray in the community events stream, and the addition of $320,000 for Markaz Ul Islam Congregation of Fort McMurray in the sustaining grant stream, bringing their total grant to $550,000. For reference, their total eligible request was $858,500, and there's no formal cap for this funding stream. The total of these adjustments would be $542,775, and if approved, would be funded through the Emerging Issues Reserve. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Tony. Does Council have any questions? Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation there, ladies. I guess my question would be, are we going to follow the same format next year?
Through the chair to the question, the second part of the resolution in February included a policy review. And I think the answer to your question might be answered at that time once the full policy changes are brought to council for review.
So this would be considered an appeal process, right?
Perhaps.
Perhaps? Okay. That's all I got.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Bussières?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through the chair. And I don't know how much you can expand on it, but these would have been groups that, for whatever reason, were not committed funding prior to this board being established or review committee, correct?
Through the chair, correct. The original allocations were made by the CPAC in December, and these were either deemed ineligible, denied, or partially funded. And so these five are from that category.
Okay, so now we have a committee that reviewed it, come forward saying we need to fund these five groups, or but we don't know Can you explain why? Or can someone, like how much information, how do they go from not getting all their money or not getting any money to now they get it?
I can speak to the process in the meeting. There was consensus. Each individual applicant was reviewed, and that there was consensus that the funding needed to be supplemented for these 5 organizations, but through consensus, that the recommendation be brought to council.
Okay, so the paperwork that was reviewed this time around would have been the same paperwork, same everything?
Through the chair, yes, there was an understanding that no new information would be accepted by CIP to be presented to the panel.
Sorry, what was that?
There would be no additional information
Okay.
that would be accepted to be presented by administration to the panel.
Okay, so it's just safe to say we got different people in the room and they had different opinions on funding, basically is what it comes down to.
Through the chair, that's a fair assessment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roussier. Councillor Roussier?
Not all the people in the room were different, to be clear. Leanna, the chair of CPAC, and Jennifer and I were there, as were Tony and Janelle. The bottom line is this. Motions were brought forward during budget.
Councillor Roussier, if we get into questions that aren't for administration after the motion's made, we can debate and question each other.
I'm trying to answer his question a little more fulsomely.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I can answer?
We'll go, we'll allow that. Yeah, go ahead.
What? You did ask for an answer. So the answer, an extended answer, is this came about when motions were made against policy. So when multiple motions were made, we went back with a different lens of reviewing in an effort to bring some equity to an inequitable situation. That's it.
Thanks, Councillor Roussier. Councillor Roussier?
Yeah, thank you. There was just different people the second time around. It consisted of some similar faces and some new faces, and we got different results. Okay, that's all I asked.
Thanks, Councillor Roussier. Does council have any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Janelle. Thanks, Tony. And we'll have delegates, Bryce Kumka. And Bryce, just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present. And please remain seated for questions.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. My name is Bryce Kumka. This evening I'm speaking to you as the treasurer of the Northern Off-Road 4x4 Society, known as Super Test Speedway. We applied for a CIP grant, and I wanted to talk about the process and the interest with which we saw the decision on February 5th to have a review done of the unfunded or denied funding requests. As this was my first time doing an actual CIP application, the process itself is not simple. It's quite complicated. The technology is problematic, difficult to use, and requires a lot of external support from my perspective. One of the things that we've done at Super Test Speedway in the last 3 years is significantly improved our facility, trying to make the venue more noticeable and attractive to members of our community, as well as people from outside. We host a dozen or so events a year, promoting family-orientated entertainment in the form of auto racing. We have programs for children, youth, women, and our general racing classes. We work with many nonprofit groups and partnered with many to provide funding opportunities for fundraising for them as well within our program. The United Way, Search and Rescue, the Ukrainian Cultural Society have all been partners of ours in the last 2 years. So we upgraded our facility. We got rid of the mud. We put in some gravel. We adjusted our financial statements to reflect that. And then we applied for our CIP funding as we have for the last 6 years. And we were denied the funding based on what's called FIN 220 section 3321, which says any portion of the net assets are internally or externally restricted. Those restrictions must be specified in the financial statements, and the organization must provide a copy of the relevant board minutes, written explanations, or detailed nature and purpose of the restrictions. So I didn't know what that meant. I run a reasonably successful business. I think I understand accounting pretty well. So I had to do a significant amount of research on what that particular notation of an internally restricted asset was. I've been involved with lots of groups that have internally restricted cash for programs or capital funding or other projects. I get that. But the racetrack doesn't have any of those things. The only thing we have is gravel and bleachers and a racetrack made out of mud. And because we hadn't notated that our mud, our bleachers, and our gravel were internally restricted, we're denied funding. There's no other reason or explanation given to us in the process. So I did a bunch of research on what's called the Canadian Accepted Accounting Principles, and CGAP, as it's referred to, notates specifically that capital assets are not and cannot be internally restricted. The only thing you can restrict internally is cash. So the basis of our denial that our assets are greater than what's allowed for within the CIP funding process is unfounded and not supported by generally accepted accounting principles that are used universally by business, by nonprofit groups, by government agencies throughout our country. So I guess it's a bit frustrating. And I guess to the point, when I've tried to engage community services, they've agreed to meet with me, but there's no recourse, there's no appeals process, there's no transparency in this entire process at all. From an applicant perspective or from a public perspective, I don't feel, because there's no other determination other than this particular piece you don't qualify because of. But there's no way there was no explanation given to me by administration as to exactly what the problem was. So I guess from an applicant's perspective and from an organization that provides opportunities for residents as well as for visitors from outside, I mean, when we made our application, we included a letter of support from Wood Buffalo Economic Development Corporation as a viable tourism opportunity for our region. So it's just kind of a frustrating perspective, and I thought there would be more of a process coming out of the council's motion from February that would allow some further dialogue. But at the end of the day, that dialogue didn't happen. And I think that's the challenge for me. I don't have a clock, so I don't know if I'm over or under time, but I'm probably over. So I'll end it there.
Thanks, Bryce. I have a question for administration after, but does council have any questions for the presenter? Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Bryce, for presentation. What was your guys' funding request? I didn't get to see that whole thing.
It was just under $100,000.
Okay.
For the 12 events that we operate within our program.
And you're saying that the only reason was the whole gravel and bleacher thing, because I know what you're talking about.
Well, it's the only explanation that was given to us in writing is what I read. That's right from the email from Community Services that was given to our organization. No other disqualifications were provided.
Yeah, thanks for that. Maybe can I ask the administration a quick question?
We can go to administration after. Can we go hold on? I have a question for administration too. We'll let people ask the presenter questions first.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I'll let Lance go and then.
Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to Bryce, thanks for the presentation. Is this the first time your organization applied for funding?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, no. We were successfully provided with funding for the last 6 years.
But this is the first time then
First time that Bryce did it.
Oh.
I'm new to the organization and the board. I was only brought on a year ago. So I had this hot potato dropped in my lap last spring, and we tried to, work our way through it, and it's been challenging.
Okay, so long story short, previous years, the application was submitted, was fine, and it just, because of a glitch or your understanding or misunderstanding, then it was just declined in that one.
Through the chair to Councillor Boucher, we did a review of the financial statements when I became the treasurer, and there's other grant funding streams that require the organization to demonstrate longevity and strength through having assets. So we did a review of all the gift and kind improvements that we've done at the facility over the last 3 years, quantified those with the the gravel and all the work that took to put it there as well to make our asset base more viable.
Okay, and you didn't get a call back. You'd mentioned, I believe you mentioned that administration hadn't called and noted on your application that maybe you need to look at that section or wherever you were declined because of was it unrestricted?
The paragraph through the chair to Councilor Boucher, the only thing that's in the email is that I read about FIN 220 section 3.3.2.1. That's all it says. Okay. And it's just some fluff around that paragraph.
Okay, but there's no communication for the deadline. Like, was that communication, like, it wasn't brought to your attention that this was not filled in correctly or
the deadline issue was likely mine, as we did work towards the end of the time period allowed, and then we had some technical challenges with the actual system to input the data.
Okay.
It wouldn't let us log in, it wouldn't let us add an application for this funding cycle, so we had some other challenges that were not administrative's fault.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boucher. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair. Bryce, you were talking a bit about transparency. Can you fill me in more on what you mean by that?
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, I guess it's a cornerstone of things that we've been talking about in this region for decades, or since I've been involved here for 19 years, where we always want to strive to have openness, transparency to process and how decisions are made. And this process, in what I would call in our business, it's a black box. You put the data in and you get the email out, and that's it. You can do some preemptive discussions, I believe. I didn't take advantage of that. That's my fault. But as far as there's not a lot of clarity other than you've been denied. You can apply next year, is in the comments in these hundreds of pages of emails. And that's it. There's no recourse, other than we'll have a discussion of which was you have to apply again next year. And I think dialogue solves a lot of problems. If this is a technical issue that I don't think is supported by a technical guideline from, generally accepted accounting principles, we never got to have that discussion. Well, we did, but it falls on deaf ears when it comes to the actual, the adjudication was made and that was it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor. Through the chair to Bryce, how many residents do you figure you guys, this program services?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, we have active participation has increased on the the racing side from 8 cars to 40 at an event. About 20% of those come from outside the region, and then our attendance averages between 600 and 1,200 people at an event, depending, and that's for a single day, and we'll have multi-day events. So, it's kind of an embarrassing topic to come after the ones that we talked about earlier this evening that are truly impactful and important in the community, but it's still, recreation is about attracting and retaining residents too. I sit here kind of feeling a little silly about talking about race cars and, facilities that allow for it, but it is what it is. It's just, the timing is challenging.
Do you guys promote? Where's the promotion on this? I'm just curious as to where it comes from.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, we use social media would be the biggest venue and then word of mouth, and we do like the signs on the highway for people to see when they're going to work on the bus. The biggest thing that we did to promote the facility is we cut down the trees so you can see it. So now people know that it actually exists. So beforehand, it was hidden behind a whole bunch of trees and you had to go down a little dirt path to get to it. And that's why it sat dormant for 35 years. And then it was revived by a group of passionate, racing enthusiasts that have significantly improved the venue and allowed for a lot more activity, which is kind of neat because we've developed classes that are very affordable. So you can get into racing for $2,500. Basically, you get a junkyard car and go have some fun with it. We make it safe. So it's an attempt to make it a very grassroots, accessible activity.
You're speaking about the one on below Super Test, right?
Correct.
That's what I figured. Okay. Yeah, I see smoke flying there all the time, so I think it's fun, especially if you've been there and you've tried it, and don't knock it until you try it, right? So. Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, I actually participated in my first race last year on Boxing Day, and it was quite a fun experience. But everybody should come and try it. It's a lot of fun. Do you guys invite the schools or anything like that to go check some kind of that kind of stuff out and get the kids involved with some of that? Through the chair to Council Carter, we haven't done that. We've predominantly focused on the Laps for the Ladies program and getting women and youth involved by creating the mini stock class, which is very affordable. So that's been kind of where we've been going. But I don't know if the schools would let us put kids in race cars. It'd be fun. Oh, no, I know, but to sit there and watch them,
sure.
Right? That's what I'm saying. Like, eventually when they get old enough at 16 or whatever, they're going to want to rip around too, right? Or whether it's a dirt bike. You can actually race when you're 14 if you want. Yeah. So, like, whether it's a race car or a dirt bike or skidoo, it's still what people might grow up to be professionals at, right? So
fair enough.
I still have my question for administration, but I have a supplemental motion I'd like to make. And I'm just curious, Bryce, are you guys, you were speaking on opposition of the funding, or just do you want us to speak in general?
Through the chair to Council Cardinal, no, I don't oppose the funding for any of the other organizations. I just, I guess I had higher hopes for the review process and just wanted to share my own personal experience with how the process unfolds. And I've been involved with many nonprofit groups in the community, and now I understand it's a fair bit of work, and there's always course for improvement. We all know that, but I just like to see a little bit more of either a debrief process or a means to ask for further consideration with respect to an application.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Van Castian.
Thank you, Mayor. Bryce, your grant was, correct me if I'm wrong, was for generators or infrastructure upgrade? You had two
through
grants.
the chair, no, that was a capital grant that we didn't qualify for because we don't have a review engagement or a accounting system. We just have our own in-house statement. So that portion of the grant was denied because of, and I don't disagree with that. That's an error on my part.
Okay. Who do you have for other funders? Industry?
We through the chair to the councillor, we have individual corporate sponsorships. So local businesses that provide us with funding. Industry, Suncor did donate some equipment to us. A lot of our other partners are, the gravel providers in the region that provided product and trucking. Construction entities lent us equipment and provided fuel, machine operators. All of well, not all, but I'd probably say 95% of the improvements that were done at the facility were all gifts in kind.
Okay. I've been out there, watched a couple of races. It is pretty good. Your track is a provincial lease, correct?
Correct.
Are you in full environmental compliance with that lease, with the improvements you've made?
As far as I know.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Van Castian. Councillor Allen?
Thank you through the chair, and thanks for your presentation, Bryce. I wasn't even aware of your application initially. I think that's there's been many iterations of the CIP funding process over the years, and this is the first time that I've ever experienced having it just brought forward as here's a committee recommendation, and it was always, because it was every application was reviewed by council individually. It used to take a whole day, sometimes 2 days to do. Luann will remember those days. And so, but each iteration, well, each council has chosen a different route. And so I know this council has also made a commitment that we want to have a policy that is our own. And so that's going to be brought forward later on this year. And I would encourage you to participate in that one as well. It's important that we hear these frustrations, because I wasn't aware of the FIN 20, that's finance policy. But as far as what your individual situation was, I don't think anyone really was maybe aware of that, or what. I'm not part of that committee. It's unfortunate we didn't know about this sooner. The committee that was formed was struck after we did the budget. So I think there's still opportunity in the future that we can review how this is going to go, and how it's going to work how the process is going to work in the future. So I'd encourage you to stay engaged for that.
Thanks, Councillor Al. Does Council have any other questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Bryce.
Okay, thank you.
Michael Ferreira. And Mike, if you want to say your name for the record.
Hello, Mayor, Council, and Andrew, good to see you. I just got a couple questions about this. We have a lot of issue, I think, here around CIP, and we do have a policy in place. And we got a new council, and we've already kind of gone outside the CIP a number of times, right, in 3 months. So, after the first one, I think we should have just encouraged everybody who was denied just to come here, and we just give them all a check. And because what was the point of having the CIP program in place, right? We've got an administrative team. We got people that work in this building working hard on that stuff. There's a procedure and a policy in place. We follow that procedure and policy. And then if somebody's got if somebody gets denied, someone's got a special interest, somebody has a contact with somebody, and all of a sudden it comes here, and, well, we just give money from emerging funds to fund something that was denied. So, we either have a policy or we don't have a policy. And, I guess where this first happened on December 9th with the snowdrifters, they were denied. Then we had a meeting, and they ended up getting money. And I make no decision on who should be getting funding, who shouldn't. That's not my place to decide. I think there's a policy in place, and we follow that. I think everybody's probably deserving if they're coming forward for community funding. But how many of these new things now are a result of that decision to fund something outside of the CIP on December 9th? Do we have that number? Or a list of those people that would have come forward? Because I would assume some.
Yeah, you're presenting, so really we don't have that. Wouldn't have that information to answer a question you have. But you're a delegate presenting, so we have questions for you.
Okay, so I've got some. I feel like I should be the one having some questions about where council is planning on spending. It's not council's piggy bank, right? It's all these people. It's our piggy bank. So I think it's fair for me to have the questions about where the money's going when it's outside of a program. I don't think I'm out of line.
And that's in the motion.
What do you mean that's in the motion?
You asked who was getting funding, and those groups are in the.
And my question was, is that a result of the decision on the 9th to go outside of the CIP at that time? That's a pretty easy question.
I couldn't speak to an individual action to cause the panel to be struck.
Okay, well that's fine. So Something that was mentioned here when the administration was presenting was a consensus that we needed some additional funding for these 5 out of 43 or whatever it was. And I think they probably all deserve funding. I'm not anti-funding, but we have processes in place, and it seems like every meeting we find a way to kind of circumvent the process a little bit, right? I mean, we tried to do it last week with a motion out of nowhere to create a job with a nonprofit. It never even should have come forward. It was RM money. So, I have some questions about where this stuff is going, and I think they all deserve money. Maybe we need to fix the process, but we have a process in place. And every meeting coming back and saying, oh, well, this is an exception, and this is an exception. Well, I encourage everybody to come and just ask for money. Right? If you got denied, just come ask for money. Right? Maybe council will just give it to you. I guess that's all my comments are. I'm a little concerned here. We're just throwing money.
Thanks, Michael. And I think that's a concern more than questions. I think that's what resonates from your presentation. That's what I got from that. And this panel was established during budget to take a look at decisions made in that CIP. So that's where that came from. But I do appreciate your concern for where the funds go, and I'm also a supporter of the policy, and I think this council, as Councillor Allen mentioned, will develop their own policy that they can stick behind. So I do hear what you're saying. Councillor Bousquet?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Mr. Ferrer, you kept looking at me when you were talking, so I'm just curious about what? No, he was looking at me. So
I picked the least handsome.
So the 5 here were just out of the appeal process. So do you have a problem with the appeal process? The appeal process for the organizations? Because that's how we got here. It was, I think Councillor Scott wanted appeal process outside of the whistleblower thing. So are you okay with what just is happening tonight? Or are you worried that next week maybe a councillor will bring a motion forward for another organization that was declined or denied?
Well, I would say that there's certainly a chance that will happen, right? I mean, we've done it with snowdrifters. We tried to do it SPCA 2 weeks ago, right? Now we're here for this. What's saying that won't happen again? I mean, it could very well. And I'm completely fine with somebody appealing. And the only question I had was, we kind of set a bad precedence on the 9th of December when we went outside the procedure that we have and provided funding. And I would be willing to bet that some came forward specifically after that date saying, well, hey, why didn't I get my money too? Right? And we have a big problem with handouts coming to council because we're pretty flush with cash, or we have been in the past. I think you would all agree with that. So I just have a question, and I would be willing to bet that, yeah, some people did come here as a result of what probably shouldn't have taken place on the 9th of December. And now it's like we kind of open a can of worms, and now how do you close it? That's where my question is on that, right? But I'm more concerned about where the money is being allocated outside of the process we have in place.
Okay, so through the chair, and you've obviously mentioned this before in the past, that you're our boss. So where do you see the solution? Are you okay with the appeal process that was established by, I believe, Luana and voted, and now tonight they went through all the, I'm assuming all the applications that were denied or declined, or so are you okay with what's happening this appeal process?
Possibly, but we just had a presenter prior to me where they were denied funding. Right? Nobody here knows why. I mean, he said, well, it's because of FIN 7.2.6, whatever, right? And I've looked on the website and looked at some of these things, and it takes you to just to a document, and it's a, one sentence statement saying, didn't follow this. Doesn't really provide a whole lot of detail for the, average Joe. Probably should provide a little more detail on a case-by-case basis to the public whose money is being spent on these different things, why something was denied, right? If I was a member of Bryce's organization there, I'd be like, geez, why didn't we get funding? We get funding every year. But I can't even click something on the website and find out that, why. I get a sentence. So, I mean, that's not great. So for me sitting here as a member of the public, and you guys are gonna, we say yes to this, which say yes to it. I think they're all very worthy of getting money. But that's just another, $500,000 now outside of what we've spent through the process, outside of budget, right? I mean, at what point do we start, doing things within the process and within budget? I mean, budget wasn't long ago, right? Another $500,000, right? Another 150 last meeting. Like it's just, it's on. And, we can say everything's an emerging issue. Is it? I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But, we like to talk about transparency. I don't think there's a lot of transparency here, to me as the public. And that's why I have a question.
So just last, so what's the solution then?
Well, I'm not sure what the solution is, what is the appeal process? What was the appeal process prior to creating one, right? Because we haven't changed we have an appeal process, but if we haven't changed the policy, I don't, so what are we appealing? Either we're appealing a policy that's still in place that would have still denied this? Like, what's the appeal of? Is the appeal to just new people and now all of a sudden we get the money? Kind of like you started alluding to in your question? I don't know. Do I think they all deserve money? Yes. Do I know what the solution is? I'm not sure, but I don't know this, it's kind of an act we're going through here. It's kind of, these guys are deciding, these guys will move money here, and this is in the budget, and this isn't. It's pretty loosey-goosey. And this is taxpayer money, right? So I don't know if that answers your question or not, but.
Not really, but that's okay. I understand. It is, you guys are our boss. It is taxpayers' money. I understand that. But it just takes one person to come here and make a motion. 6 people vote, 5 people vote. We know how the democracy works.
Yeah, so we can do this again next meeting.
Well, I think
with somebody else, and we could do it again 2 meetings from now, and we could do it,
absolutely.
Which, I would encourage anybody that was denied to now come, and we've set a precedence.
Well, it will happen, guaranteed. There will be another.
And I say that looking at the list, I think they all deserve more money. Right? I'm an absolute champion for community investment. That anybody, whether it's the most vulnerable people in some cases, or race cars for people that have toys, all of that stuff matters. That all helps our community. It all helps wellness. It all helps population retention. Everything, right? Those are all important things. I think all of them need to be funded. And if the choice of council is to fund them, I think that's great. But can we kind of get on board here of, let's start following some of our processes. Like, we can't every council meeting be going outside the lines here, right? Because why even have budgets? Or why have a staff of people upstairs working on this? There's other things they can work on. If we're just going to say, well, we'll ignore their work and now we'll give money. I get anyway.
Thank you.
Soapbox here, but
thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify through the chair that, Bryce, you were granted a face-to-face meeting for debrief, correct? Is that fair to ask? Yes. Oh, okay. So there is a follow-up process, but I think I'll take away with administration to support a policy review to make sure that we can get some. Okay. Okay, just wanted to clarify on behalf of administration.
Councillor Cardinal, you have a question?
Just back to your comments there, Michael. Thanks for the presentation. So, do you believe Mr. Kumka deserves to get his funding request?
Well, sure, why not? We've set the precedents, like we have already given money outside of it. So
Thanks.
I think everybody should get it.
That's my question, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Brandt?
Thank you, Mayor. Michael, I tend to agree with you on a lot of things, actually. I ran on transparency and accountability as well. This was a learning process for me. It was my first time. I've never applied for CIP. I've never had to deal with it. We did learn some lessons on December 9th. That's a learning process of a new council from a policy in place from the previous council. Our idea at the time was this is how we would fix it. We'll go through with the motions and deal with them as they come. We realized that that's not feasible and this will just continue and continue. So Councillor Boussier brought through the CIP review panel. We've gone through that process now. That's our newest Band-Aid to a policy that we're looking to improve upon and perhaps change and make our own. This is what we went through. This is what we decided on. This right here should tell people to not encourage them to come for any more money, because as of this one, this is it. This was the review for this previous year. Now in next year, when people apply, maybe this is what becomes a permanent thing. This might be the appeal process, but from what I've learned, this is what we fixed. This is the one thing that we were able to do currently in our current positions, learning from these lessons. So transparency and accountability is here. It's a CIP review panel. Yeah, people can still keep coming. I wish you wouldn't say you encourage them to, because I don't encourage them to. This year is done. This is it. These are the 5 that came forward and were able to get funding again. You're right, it might not be fully transparent, as Mr. Kumka said. You put the data in a black box and you get an email out. First time I've done it. I'm going to look at it. We're working on it. So I wouldn't encourage anyone to come forward from the previous year. This is it for this one. That's all.
Thanks, Councillor Brandt. So we have any questions for the president? I think he was just trying to answer your questions. I don't see any other questions or anything, though, Michael. Thanks. Councillor Cardinal?
I kind of wanted to have administration explain to the public why Bryce got denied his funding.
Whatever you can share, Janelle.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal. He had 2 applications and both were ineligible. Financial statements for his community programs and projects showed that they had an excess of unrestricted net assets. That was explained through various communications and an in-person meeting with him. He also had an application for community capital. There were 2 reasons for denial for that application, including the unrestricted net assets and other funding support. The request exceeded 75% of the total budget.
So with the 99,650, the community impact grant, that was for what? It says programs and project streams.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, his community programs and projects is to offer, they do their 4x4 racing, public can be spectators. But unfortunately, due to the financial statements that we received, they were ineligible. The supervisor for CIP is a qualified CPA. She conducted an assessment that I fully trust on the financial statements. So
would this be the similar to like the King's Kids getting denied with this exponential amount of net assets?
Correct, the same rationale.
But they get the funding this time?
The review panel is recommending that they get funding.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Janelle, I don't know if you have one with you. When the letter goes out advising agencies of the decision, is there an offer to contact you or a member of the team if the applicant has further questions, concerns, comments.
Through the chair to Councillor Bousier's, yes.
And during the application process, that offer is also still available?
We strongly encourage pre-application meetings. When the decision letter is provided at the stage of ineligibility, the applicant has the chance to meet with administration to find out why, to strengthen the application for next time. As I mentioned, we had several communications with Mr. Kumka and an in-person meeting. And then at the point that the committee reviews applications, if it was moved beyond eligibility to the committee, they are also in receipt of a decision letter. We make personal phone calls to organizations that are denied.
And Bryce isn't the only organization that your team, you or your team have had communication with since the decisions were made, correct?
Correct.
Right, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Cardinal, have another question?
I do. This, I guess this question would be more around if there's no grant allocation for this specific 454 society, is it like something fishy going on, or is it just because the application wasn't done properly? I'm just curious as to why the denial when others were denied, and then the same, now they're on the list again, right? So please answer
There's
that
no
question.
motion on the floor yet, Councillor Cardinal. Once the motion's on the floor, you could ask about the things that are on the motion, but there's no motion on the floor yet.
Okay, well, I'd like to bring a motion forward then.
No, we don't. We're not
there yet?
Yeah, we're not
okay,
there yet.
Well, when you're ready.
Does council have any more questions for administration? Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Van Castian.
I move that $542,775 be allocated from the Emerging Issues Reserve for allocation through the 2026 Community Investment Program as outlined in Attachment 1.
Thanks, Councillor Van Castian. Thank you, Councillor Allen, for the second. Does council have any questions, comments, or debate points? Councillor Cardinal?
I do, Mayor. Thanks. I just feel that Mr. Ferreira stated more than once that, you know, he sure opened up a can of worms when we first started this with the snowdrifters, and then obviously the others that followed after that, which is Mr. Kumka had stated that, you know, it provides a service to the community that maybe some of us ain't involved in and they'd never be involved in. I just feel that I will support the motion as it is. I just basically wanted to state that I really think that next go around, don't be surprised if the same thing happens next year. So I'll support the motion as it is.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. And I'm supporting it, obviously, as part of the panel. The reason this motion was brought forward was that we wouldn't be constantly making motions. It was brought forward that this panel would review all CIP applications. They did have a second look with a fresh set of eyes, and that's where we came with these results. Councillor Boussier?
Oh, I thought it was second. But just to be through the chair to you, Mr. Mayor, there's nothing stopping a councillor.
A councillor can make any motion they want, basically.
Yeah.
Jay can correct me, but there's, we've had motions come over the last few years of what we're eating for lunch. So a councillor can make whatever motion they want.
Okay.
What I've seen in the last 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Allen?
Yeah, I was going to say that too. Is that anyone has the right and the ability to bring forward a motion, and any member of the community has a right to put an application in to present to council. That's never going to change. So but in this particular process, we had these discussions from December 9th. We went through the budget process, and then we struck this panel. And as a council-appointed committee, I support the work of the committee, and I don't need to debate it any further. You came back with rationale. I'm happy with that.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Does council have any other comments, debate points, or questions? Councillor Scott?
Yeah, I'll just make a quick comment. I'm a big believer that councils are not elected to worship process. So the process has not changed yet, but we're making decisions that run counter that. And the reason we're doing it is because we think the process needed adjustment. And that's common with every process. And I don't think any of us were elected to worship the process at all costs, even if it injures the community. So I'd rather see community members supported and good projects supported when it's appropriate. So I certainly support the motion, and well done to the committee.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Does council have any other questions, comments, or debate points? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Councillor Scott and Councillor Weigel in favor. Thank you. And that's carried with 9 in favor. Moving on to the public art policy, RAL. Motion? What's the motion?
I did want to bring a motion forward.
And what's the motion you're?
Well, I wanted to move, I Councillor Kendra Cardinal, move that an additional $99,650,000 be added to the Community Impact Grant, community programs and project streams for Northern Alberta 4x4 Society.
So for that motion, we'd first have to have a motion, we'd first have to vote on allowing a motion without waiving notice.
Well, it's a supplementary motion to this. That's why I wanted to make it.
No, it wouldn't be it wouldn't be a supplementary motion because that motion was to allocate the funding directed to specific organizations. So adding something different other than that motion, if it was to add money or reduce the amount to those organizations, it would be a supplemental. But when you're bringing forward something that's not that's not covered in that, we'd need first to vote on waiving a notice of motion, or you'd have to go through the process of a notice of motion at a council meeting.
Okay, so when we were doing this emerging issues reserve allocation, I could have added the additional 99,650, but you guys kept on moving on to the next presentation, and I could have done a supplemental motion when my light was on. That's why I'm saying you can go back and do the supplemental motion for the emerging issues reserve and add an additional 99,650 to the funding request for the Impact Community Grant. We did it before for the last one.
Before it wasn't that. What you're doing right now is that's completely separate, because what the motion was on the floor was those specific organizations. Now you're making a motion for a different organization. So it's not, it's actually, you have to vote first, waive notice motion first, and then you could make your motion with the waive notice motion first.
Okay.
Is that what you want to do?
No, but leave it for now. I misunderstood that. I guess the process was a little bit different there. I figured I could make the motion to help support Mr. Cumba's 4x4 and then see the tires make some smoke, but I guess not.
Okay. We have the report on public art policy, RAL-170, like community services. To present, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Tony Elliott, Director of Community Services, and I'm just going to pass it right over to Janelle Fleury, Manager of Community Partnerships and Initiatives, to deliver the rest of the report.
Thank you. We are presenting a recommendation to approve the Public Art Policy RAL 170. This policy guides the public art program objectives, sets budget parameters, and delegates responsibility for the public art work plan to the Public Art Committee. The preceding policy expired on December 31st, 2025. The policy presented this evening for your consideration has been updated to the new policy template and includes 3 other notable changes, including changing language to clarify that the percent for art is calculated based on estimated construction capital, increasing the percent for art from 0.5 to 1%, and collecting an additional 1% on construction capital valued over $25 million. The increase from 0.5 to 1% reflected in this policy is due to the number of eligible capital projects decreasing, while the need remains to keep the reserve sustainable. When the public art policy was first approved in 2021, Finance provided a long-term projection of what 0.5% for art would generate. And as it sits, capital has estimated less than $50,000 will be transferred into the public art reserve for 2026. For the same period, we requested a drawdown of $816,500. At this rate of transfer versus funded projects, the reserve will quickly be exhausted and will no longer be funding public art from the reserve in future years. Collecting an additional 1% on estimated capital valued over $25 million serves to ensure the needs for public art projects not considered in the design of new infrastructure can match the scale of development. For example, permanent art fixtures often require underground or structural components, which are not budgeted in the capital project. Procedures for calculating percent for art on capital projects will be resolved through the administrative procedure following the new policy being approved, and this concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Janelle. And just reading up on it, it's national average is basically, that's aligns with the rest of the country, what they're doing as well.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you. Councillor Cardinal?
I was wondering, when did we start working on the change of the policy?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, the policy, when a policy is expiring, that is triggered by our policy team to start the review and change. So that would have started in the fall prior to the December 31st expiration.
When you're speaking about underground management or whatever it is, what can you elaborate a little more on that for me, please?
For sure.
An example, I guess.
For example, with the Northside Twin Arenas, when that project was approved by council, that design did not include a public art component. So after the fact, public art was designed or a public art plan was created. The design is secondary, and so that means that the design for that facility didn't consider what structural or underground components would be required. So for example, installing lighting through underground services or some structural component to uphold the scale of public art when it's a permanent fixture. So after the fact, that project is now being funded out of the reserve. That can be significant when it's a scope change.
What project initiated this specific to, you're talking about the Twin Arenas, but in our region, what specific barrier did the Public Art Committee or policy run into to create the change in the policy, for example, the Twin Arenas?
Yeah, so that's a great question. As I mentioned, because we're doing less capital projects, the percent that's being transferred into the reserve on an annual basis has reduced. However, the public art policy and still guides that committee to produce certain deliverables every year. So the cost of the program is still high. What's being transferred into the reserve is no longer meeting the demand. So what will happen is if we keep spending at the rate that we are on the public art program without adequate supplements, transfers into the reserve, we will run out of that reserve, and eventually the public art program will then be a part of our general operating.
So it's kind of like a structural change to help with the emerging issues to save a little bit of money is what I'm hearing? Okay.
Yes.
That's perfect. I just want to get a little bit of clarity on that. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. When was the last time this policy was updated? Do you know?
Through the chair, it was originally adopted by council in 2021.
Thank you. Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through the chair. This is just the 1% allocation for public art on municipal projects, municipal capital projects.
Through the chair, municipal construction capital. Yeah.
Construction capital. I know at one point, do we have anything embedded in our planning and development for other commercial type developments where I know there's some communities, we discussed this a long time ago about embedding it into commercial developments, primarily Central Business District and other areas such as where Walmart's going, for example, up in North Parsons Creek.
Through the chair to Councillor Allen, currently the downtown revitalization program includes a mural component, but that is only for that downtown area that falls within the program.
But that's not that's a mural program and it's 50% funded, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so I'm just being, I'm suggesting if we have new development happening somewhere, even if it's done with incentives for the developers, that there be some kind of public art component built into those applications. And maybe that's a question more for planning and development, but I know we contemplated that a long time ago, and there's other municipalities that do it.
Yeah, thank you. We can bring that back to the Public Art Committee for a discussion with planning and development.
Good, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Councillor Boussier, Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through the chair. Thanks for the presentation. How does our 1% or 0.5% compare to other communities?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier's, when we were benchmarking for this policy change, the national average is 1%. So our 0.5 has now become quite dated.
Okay, no, I certainly support it, and I think it's probably about time we bumped it up. So, okay, thanks, Janelle.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Boussier, Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Can you explain? I just don't understand. Like, where did 25 million come from as the threshold?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier's, our subject matter expert is not here this evening, but I would say that what we generally benchmark as new infrastructure, so new buildings, would be around that $25 million mark. That's when we start to see impacts on the scale of the public art project and the cost rising.
Okay. Sounds good. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Does Council have any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Janelle. Thanks, Tony. And do we have any delegates this item?
We have no registered delegates for this item. Thank you.
Can I have some make the motion? Councillor Van de Castian.
I move that Public Art Policy RAL 170 dated March 10th, 2026, as outlined in Attachment 1, be approved.
Thanks, Councillor Van de Castian. Thank you, Councillor Brandt, for a second. Does Council have any questions, comments, or debate points? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Councillor Scott, Councillor Weigel in favor. Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next up, we have bylaw number 26/006, procedure bylaw amendment, which will be presented for a second and third reading tonight. I'd like to invite Legislative Services to present and introduce the report, please.
Good evening, members of council. I'm Jade Brown, Chief Legislative Officer, joined by Aaron Wells with Legal Services. We're here to provide you with a quick overview of the Procedure Bylaw Amendment 26/006. In response to council's direction in December, we're bringing forward this bylaw, which proposes an amendment to the procedure bylaw that would formally confirm municipal employees' ability to appear before council as presenters and delegates in their personal capacity. An employee's participation is permissible provided that they do so in a manner that is consistent with their professional responsibilities and obligations with the municipality. This concludes a brief overview. We're happy to take any questions specific to this item before you.
Thanks, Jade. And there was nothing previous to this that would that should deter any employee from coming forward, is there?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Allen?
Thank you. And yeah, Jade, can you expand a little bit more what you mean, or I guess what's consistent with their duties as and obligations as an employee? Is it, I guess, more to do with confidentiality, or if you could explain that a little bit better? Yeah.
Through the chair to Councillor Allen, and thank you for the question. This is where I'll turn to my colleague in legal services. They did some review of employment law and labor matters to make sure that we're being consistent in our obligations as an employer, but also upholding the responsibilities that any member of the public can come and speak before council on matters.
Through the chair to the question, that would be correct. An employee would have a duty of confidentiality, whether that be through contract or under an administrative procedure or directive that they would have to uphold.
Yeah, so it's just saying if they appear as a delegation on a personal matter that they ensure that they're not breaching in breach of any part of their employment contract.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Councillor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. But to be explicit, any employee can come and speak on any issue with maybe the exception of their salary or something. And you, as a boss, you don't have to like it, but you best not be doing anything to them, correct? That's to you, Jade, because you're the boss. Not that you personally, but I want it explicit. If Aaron from bylaw doesn't like OHV, he can come and speak about OHV. I don't care that he's a peace officer. If he doesn't want quads ripping around his crescent, or he wants to, that's his right. He's a citizen. And to Michael Ferreira's point earlier, I'm also a taxpayer, so it's not just your money, it's mine too. But like, he can come and speak. He just can't share anything that has to do with what he learned through the course of his duties that is not public.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, say it.
To clarify, for example, myself, I would never be able to come and share information disclosed through the course of a closed session with you all.
Absolutely
in my capacity as the Chief Legislative Officer.
Right.
So
but
we
if
would
you
be
don't
bound
like what
by-
we're doing through CIP, feel free to register as a delegate.
Absolutely.
And and CAO Boudelier will not be on your hide. Yeah, okay.
I know there wasn't a question there, but I got what you're saying. And hope Aaron Anderson
Is it fair to say that? Yeah.
I hope Aaron Anderson is presenting when we talk to Hope about OHV.
What's that?
I hope Aaron Anderson is presenting when we talk about OHV.
There you go.
Does council have any other questions for presenters? I'm not seeing any. Thank you both. Could have some make the, or we have a delegate, Mr. Ron Peltier. And Ron, everybody knows your name, but we want to say your name for the record. And again, you have 5 minutes to present, and then just remain seated for questions, please.
Good evening, Council. My name, for the record, is Ron Peltier, citizen of Fort McMurray for over 20 years, and I was a former employee of the municipality for over 16 years. This issue is near and dear to my heart. I brought it up a couple times to Council in the past. And I actually made it a part of the election campaign. I asked this question to all of you running in the election about this scenario, about an employee's right to address their council. And I thank Councillor Boucher very much for proposing this motion. And the wording is before us tonight. And I just wanted to talk about the wording and some of my concerns about that. But I'm very, very happy that this is finally coming to light, and hopefully that the employees of this municipality that I'm no longer a part of in the future can now participate in local democracy and represent themselves to their elected officials. So the motion read that Councillor Boucher's proposed and that Council approved was that to bring forward an amendment to explicitly affirm that municipal employees may speak as delegates to items before Council for consideration without fear of reprisal or retribution. So that was the wording. So administration did their best and came up with the wording of the actual within the actual procedure bylaw, basically saying that employees may, in their personal capacity, bring a matter forward as a presenter so long as it is in the manner that is consistent with their duties and obligations as an employee of the municipality. Now, within that wording, did you hear anything about without reprisal, without discipline, without retribution? Did you hear anything about that in that wording? I did not. So I have a concern with that. So part of, half of the wording, half of the motion that Councilor Bouchers wanted doesn't appear to be in the wording of the bylaw. There's nothing about, there will be no discipline, no retributions, no reprisals, no, talk downs from your boss that, hey, you came to council and you opposed the motion and that doesn't look good on the administration. Well, too bad. I'm a citizen and have rights for free speech. So I think that wording is missing, or maybe you need to ask administration what happened to that wording, or what is administration's intent to ensure that employees will not face discipline, retribution, or any kind of negative impact. Is it going to be explored further along in the process of changes to employee code of conduct, or some other procedure or policy instrument that administration will use? I don't know, but I think it should be really clear in the bylaw to have that wording in there that Councillor Bouchers proposed. No retribution, no the other word, sorry, but nothing negative happening. So that's my issue with the wording. I do love the intent. I hope this gets pushed along and gets finalized and gets approved. But I think you need to. If I was still your employee right now, not your employee, but the CAO's employee. Of course, you only have one employee. If I was still the CAO's employee, I'd be looking at that wording and saying, well, that doesn't really tell me anything different than I know now. Yeah, I could talk to council, but someone's going to slap my hands if I do. So let's make sure your employees are clear that they know their rights. They can say their rights. Know that there's absolutely there's some limitations. They have to abide by their obligations as an employee under the code of conduct. That kind of thing. But let's make sure that they're safe. They know that they're safe and they can come to you as their elected representatives. So that's all I have to say. So
thanks, Ron.
Can answer questions.
Yeah, Councillor Allen.
Thanks for your presentation, Ron, because if there's anything I remember about you over the years, it was your attention to detail. And can you read that back to me? It was without retribution, discipline, or reprisal? I don't remember the actual words.
Let me just, sorry, I'm just going to pull it back up. It was part of the original motion from Councilor Boucher, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, on the December 9th, Council adopted the motion, an amendment to explicitly affirm municipal employees may speak as delegates in front of council without fear of reprisal or retribution. Okay. So those reprisal or retribution. So none of that's in the new amendment.
Yeah, and I missed bringing that forward to myself here as well. Okay, there it is. Yeah. No, good. Thank you very much for bringing that forward, though, because I do understand where that detail comes from.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Does council have any questions for Mr. Pelletier? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Can I have someone make the motion for the second reading? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to recommend that bylaw number 26/006, being an amendment to the procedure bylaw number 25/027, be read a second time.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Thanks to Van de Castian for the second. Are there any other questions, debate, points, or discussion of council? Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Just looking for clarity. So under our summary background, it reads that administration bring forward an amendment to explicitly affirm that municipal employees may speak as delegates to items before council consideration for year. So when we are voting on this, are we voting on exactly what I read, removing by February 28th, 2026?
No, I think the bylaw amendment is on, it's be in your notes. The actual amendment. It's an attachment.
Oh, I'm looking at my binder. Good. Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Could we get the updated wording, or can we get the original wording? I'm not seeing it. I just want to make sure that we're, is this not the council report? I apologize. I just want to make sure I'm voting on the right thing.
Through the chair, the wording that's being proposed to insert into the procedure bylaw is in two specific sections. So it would be in section 77 as well as section 84. And it states employees of the municipality may in their personal capacity bring a matter forward as a presenter, so long as it is in a manner that is consistent with their duties and obligations as an employee of the municipality. That's the same verbiage used in both sections.
Thank you very much. And I do have one more question. The recommendations that Ron spoke about, adding the words without fear of reprisal or retribution, either to CLO or to legal, are we able to add that verbiage specifically to the amendment, as an amendment?
Through the chair to the question, certainly you could make a second reading amendment. However, in my view, a bylaw regulates public behavior, whereas fear of retaliation and retribution is properly dealt with as an employment-related matter, where we would administer our workplace policies. This is already dealt with under the Administrative Code of Conduct and the Workplace Harassment and Violence Directive.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Bussier, Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Through the chair, certainly. So bylaws regulate public behavior. In this instance, if an employee is experiencing retaliation or a fear of retribution, that is an employment-related matter that would be properly dealt with by administering our administrative policies. Currently, we have two policies in place, the Code of Conduct and the Workplace Harassment and Violence Administrative Directive, where employees could bring a matter forward.
Okay, but a bylaw, like, it doesn't preclude this being in a bylaw, correct?
Correct. You can make a second reading amendment.
Okay, I'd like to make a second reading amendment then. Thank you.
Can we get that added there?
Pardon me?
I'm just asking Jade to add that.
Yeah, thank you.
So it'll be we'll vote on the first one first, then we vote.
So through the chair procedurally, what happens, you have your bylaw on the floor for debate. What we'll need to do is do a second reading amendment before you vote on second reading. So your amendment will come forward. Yeah. I have some language already drafted that I can read out for you if you're comfortable with it.
Sure.
We can proceed. It's that bylaw number 26006 be amended by adding the following words to the end of sections 1A and B, which is those two sections that I've read out earlier, and then in quotations, without fear of reprisal or retribution, just to the end of both of those sections.
In A and B?
That's
77
correct.
and 84?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
That's right. And once council debates and votes on the amendment to the bylaw, then you're back to voting on second reading.
Okay. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess this question is to administration. Once again, I guess two questions. What is the outcome if somebody has felt like somebody has been retaliated against or in that? And I guess second to what you were reading for the workplace harassment, is that covered as well as if an employee feels harassed or retaliated against from a council member?
Through the chair to the first question, the employee would bring the matter forward, presumably to their manager or to the Human Resources Department to bring a complaint that they feel that they are subject to retaliation in the workplace, or if an employee were to witness it, they too could bring something forward. To the second question, yes, employees are covered under OH&S if they feel they are being harassed or bullied by a member of council.
And what are the consequences with no integrity commissioner? What would happen? Like, what avenue would be taken if an employee felt harassed by a council member? And what if it was seen to be accurate, or however if you deemed it was harassment? What would be the level of outcome, or what would we be able to do? How would we be able to protect an employee?
Through the chair to the question, that presumably is a gray area left in the MGA, but I'd be happy to take it away and do some more research to come back with a more fulsome response.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Worship. Actually, I was going to speak to this right after I made the motion and suggest a friendly amendment, and then I recognize that Jade is correct. We should have the amending motion first, because our CLO, one of your predecessors once taught me a very long time ago that it's not necessarily the intent of the bylaw as much as it is the wording of the bylaw. And because we went through this before, we clarified it with questions to administration that there wouldn't be any reprisal or whatever, but regardless of that intent, we need to have it in the wording. So I think it's important that we have this amendment go through, and Luana, you have my full support on that.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Councillor Roussier. Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I guess through the chair to, I don't know who wants to answer this. Obviously, our new CAO is probably not going to have any kind of history with this, but I guess I'm just looking for an explanation on, was this just an oversight, or was this just administration maybe not following council's direction? I guess further to Mr. Pelche's question and Councillor Luanas.
Sorry, just to clarify through the chair, in terms of drafting the language proposed within the bylaw amendment, that was just my interpretation of the motion.
Well, I'm not blaming you, Aaron, because you're new to the org, but I mean, okay, leave it at that.
Thanks, Councillor Roussier. Councillor Brandt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is more along the same thing. Again, it's not putting blame on anyone, but this is what we're discovering. There seems to be a disconnect between the idea and the intent of a motion that's brought forward and then what's presented to us when it comes to fruition. This was clearly stated because multiple councillors and people on the campaign trail heard of this unofficial fear of reprisal, this culture of fear for stepping forward and bringing things forward. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but it's just, this was brought forward for this exact purpose, and the main part of it was left out. There's a disconnect in multiple sections, not just with this one, but with other motions that are brought forward. And this is what we're trying to clear up with the transparency and accountability thing. It was clearly intended to say that you don't have to be scared anymore, to eliminate that culture of fear, and you took the teeth out of it. So just trying to figure out where the disconnect keeps happening, because I mean, this isn't the first time. And again, it's not your fault. It's just, how do we get to this point? That's my question.
Through the chair, again, that's just my interpretation of the wording of the resolution that was passed. In turn, I would also suggest that this is already a common law right available to employees, so this language just reaffirms what is already a legal right of employees to present to council.
Sorry, Mayor, I didn't mean to hit my button there. I know the difference between a legal right and reality working out at site. There's rules, and sure, yeah, your boss can't punish you for refusing unsafe work. We'll find a way to get rid of you. It's not hard, right? So this was kind of just putting it out there and making that statement that This council doesn't want that. This council wants to change the administration in that aspect and eliminate that culture of fear. So it may be common, you know, it may have already been written and it may be HR policy, and it's just, it wasn't known, essentially, right? So that's why it was important that the way it was brought forward was the way it was presented, that's all. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Brown. Council, any other questions, comments, or debate points related to the amendment? Councillor Cardinal?
Hey, thanks, Mayor. I'd kind of a little confused as to how the outcomes might be for somebody that's, you know, reports another employee or fellow coworker for this bylaw, and then you know, use that as an HR matter for when you're, let's say, I said something about another employee, and then all of a sudden becomes that they're my boss, but then you present, and then, you know, it comes to fruition where that person uses as a HR matter basically in the future, saying, well, I can't be fired because of this or because of that, and then just becomes a long ongoing issue. I'm just wondering if that could be something.
I don't think that's related.
No?
Yeah, this is for an employee. If there's a subject, something on the council discuss, an employee to come bring their opinion as a citizen,
Okay.
and not have reprisal.
Okay. No. All
That
good.
makes sense?
I'm good with that. Yeah. I just, my mind might have been clouded by the smoke by the tires.
Does council have any other questions or debate points before we vote on the amendment? Not seeing any. We'll call for a vote on the amendment. Councillor Scott and Councillor Weigel in favor. Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Now going back to the second reading motion, do you have any comments, questions, or debate points? Not seeing any, I'll call for a vote. In favor online. Thank you, Councillor Scott. Thank you, Councillor Weigel.
Is this the second time? Where's the amendment? It doesn't show on the screen. Is there amendment to?
Voted on the amendment first. You vote on the amendment first. Now we're voting on the second reading.
Yeah, with the considerations of Ron's?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the first thing you voted on.
It doesn't come up on the screen like that, I guess. I don't know.
It probably was on there. It's probably
okay.
Passed up.
I'm just curious as to whether he was heard or not. Thanks.
Yep. And that's carried unanimously. You can have someone make the motion for the third reading. Councillor Allen.
Okay, we'll move that bylaw number 26/006 be read a third and final time.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Thank you, Councillor Brandt, for the second. Council, any questions, comments, or debate points? Councillor Cardinal.
Hey, long night, but good night. Man, I like this motion because we got a new CAO. He's being a part of this bylaw change and kind of ways changes the structure of a new employee, a little bit more of a relationship with some of the staff members, and also just having the culture of this organization hopefully have some, you know, a little bit of maybe a change in how we operate, and nobody's able to be scared to present and retribution of how they could be fired or whatever it may be. I'm just glad that Andrew's here, and you know, this bylaw is going to be passed obviously, and by the looks of it, and I really like how it's turning out to be with this this new term, and I really appreciate everybody's consistency and debate, and how much we've really indulged and delved into when it comes to our matters at the table. So it's been good, and I look forward to seeing everybody next council meeting.
Does council have any other comments, question, debate points on third reading? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Councillor Scott in favor, Councillor Weigel in favor. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. And that concludes this evening's meeting. Marcy Cho, Kim Wiscumpton, thanks, everyone. And we'll see you in a few weeks. Thank you.